Hi. Sorry I'm a little bit late today. I fucked up my own schedule. I actually cooked this morning. That was just not. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, I don't know if like I literally just fried up like two eggs. That's all I really did. But I made like avocado toast and stuff like that, and I should have just I don't know grabbed a yogurt or maybe like a Belvita or something like that. Just something simple. I shouldn't. I didn't even finish eating, but that's fine. Um, this stuff isn't about to go bad anytime soon. But oh, sorry. I'm gonna move this to the side. I don't even know why I grabbed utensils. It's like I don't really use utensils all the time with avocado toast. I mean, unless the egg, like the yolk is like super runny, because like I make them I cooked them sunny side up, so... Ah, why is the music gone? What the hell? It should be set to... Yeah, Spotify Premium. So why is it not... Son of a bitch. Really? I didn't want the music to just stop. Okay, fine. I'll have to... But I don't want to put it to the song because that screws it up later. That's the whole point of putting it on the Spotify Premium selection, not the stupid... What's the name? Outside, Inside. That's the name of the song. Okay. Is it coming up now? Now it is. That's the whole point of putting the audio application on Spotify Premium, because it's supposed to just get the application itself no matter what song it is, not just constantly the song that it's playing, because that screws it up later. Oh well. Streamlabs just does not want to work with me today. That's awesome. Alright, hopefully, sorry again with the utensils making loud noises. I put them to the side at least for now, but it's just, we're off to a great start today. Like, I gotta work later too, and that's gonna be fun. 4 hours of dealing with people. I don't even know if it's gonna be super busy today, at work. I mean, it's a Friday, it usually tends to be pretty busy, but at least I don't have to deal with people as much just because I have a different kind of shift today, so we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna be on my feet, like, for 4 hours. It's gonna be fun. I know that's not, like, much compared to the other people who are, like, on their feet for, you know, 6, 8, 12 hours or something like that, but it's just, like, I'm an indoor person. I'm not... I mean, I have the stamina. I do try to work out and stuff like that, especially, like, you know, before bed to tire myself out, but it's... I'm not a people person. I'm a shut-in. I give me code, give me video games, give me all that stuff, and I'm happy. I don't need to go out in public. Especially with all the crap that's been going on. It's like, I've really been trying to stay off, you know what, hang on, I'm gonna just... I don't know if I should put this to, like, just chatting for now. I never know, but I'll put it for just chatting for the second. I'll change it back when I actually play the game. Because I should probably try to, like, you know, just chat a little bit more often towards the beginning of stream. But it's like a part of me just like, I want to get to the video games. I want to get to the video games. They're fun. I don't always necessarily know what to talk about with the just chatting and stuff like that. And I'm still like doing a whole bunch of research because I see, like, I watch all kinds of different streamers and, like, I'm trying to learn from them when I do watch them. But there's only so much that you can learn when you're just watching people. It's not necessarily that you need, like, someone to teach you these things, but it's like, it would be nice if you could ask questions and all that stuff. Maybe there's some streamers out there who do, like, Q&As, like, oh, you want to be a streamer? Well, ask me your questions or something. I know there's, like, a whole bunch of, like, you can Google shit. You can also go to, I think, r/... Oh, hi! Thanks for the follow. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I'm tired. I woke up, like, maybe less than an hour ago, and it takes me forever to wake up, especially if my sleep was interrupted. Because this morning, my rabbit woke up and chose violence. So it doesn't happen every morning, but every so often my rabbit will just he knows how to wake me up, and it's an absolute pain. So I got, like, 5 hours of uninterrupted sleep, and then my rabbit was just like, nope, okay, you slept enough. Feed me now. So he was digging at his, because I have, like, these rubber lined mats, but they're, like, you know, like, it's like cloth on the top and then there's rubber on the bottom, just so they're like puppy training mats or something like that. So I bought them because my dumbass rabbit decides to throw his water bowl around. He did it yesterday, and it was literally, like, maybe an hour after I gave it to him or something like that. So it was, like, you know, fresh water, it's completely full. The little shit just decides to completely upturn it and splash water everywhere. Like, it got on his wooden castle, so, like, the bottom half of it was, like, soaked, and it's wood. It absorbs it in an instant, no matter, like, unless it's lacquered or something like that, which it isn't because he likes to chew on it. And I don't want him to get sick and stuff, but it's like, the water went everywhere yesterday, so I had to spend like 5-ish minutes or something like that. I had to spend like waste so many paper towels just trying to clean it up, even though the mats are rubber lined. It's just like I didn't want to risk anything leaking through to the hardwood floors and all that stuff, so I tried to collect as much of it as I could. But like, he's proud of himself over here just watching me trying to steal the paper towels that are absolutely soaked. So but this morning it's like he was trying to dig and chew at those mats. He already chewed a freaking hole through one of them, and like the seam, like the cloth seam that sews the two layers together, like on the edge, he chewed through that too. Like there's a good chunk of it missing on one edge, and it's just like, I don't know what has crawled up his ass the last week. He's just been he's been a terror. He really has been an absolute menace, and I don't know why, because it's like, it's not like he doesn't have toys. He has like these hay rope balls and stuff like that he can, just yeet around and stuff like that. Like, he doesn't. He'll chew on them occasionally, but otherwise he just ignores them. He also has like these hanging toys and stuff like that. Granted, I do need to buy him new ones just because he already chewed off his favorite parts within like the first hour that I bought them. Like, I hung them up for him because he loves like these, I'm not 100% sure what they are, but I'm thinking it's like compressed hay or grass into like these little green balls or something like that that's attached to the strings. He chews them off within the first hour, and then he's like, okay, I'm done. And we'll ignore it like indefinitely. Sometimes he'll play with it again, but it's like, I took off the metal chains, so now the hanging toys are just flat on the floor, so he like theoretically has easier access to them. Nah, he's still just ignoring them. So he has toys and all that stuff, and I can't give him his I have like these puzzle boxes for him that I can store treats in. I can't give him that super often either, just because it's he doesn't even like solve them really. He just throws them around until the treats come out. It's like, he is smart. He does know how to open like the drawers and the lids and stuff like that. He does it very dramatically, and it's hilarious. He'll grab like, one of them is like a circular lid that just sits on top of the box. He'll grab the string, throw it like a mile away, and then stuff his face into the hole. But because the treats are like these grass rings or something like that, he has a hard time grabbing them out, which is the whole point of it. So what he does is he'll grab the edge of that like circular hole, and he'll just throw the box. And by doing that, of course, the other lids kind of like lift off as well. So, 2-3 treats will come flying out of that box, and he's just done. And then like, he solved it. He solved that puzzle box, and then he's done. So he's very efficient, and like, he is smart. He does know that the flaps, he can just, lift it with his nose. It's just, he's also smart enough to know that he can't get the rings out that easily, so he'll just throw it around until they come out. So he's smart. He's almost too smart for his own good sometimes. And then of course he has his stoppy dumb moments, but yeah, this morning it's just like I didn't get like my usual 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep because he decided to just be a menace this morning. And then I screwed myself over with with cooking breakfast, which I don't know why I did it. I was in an avocado toast mood this morning, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe I just wanted something more hearty. I haven't really had a solid breakfast in like a week, which isn't too unusual. It's like, depending on what time I get up, it's like I can get up anywhere between 7 to 10. Like, I can wake up within any time of that, and sometimes it's just like I'll I love this word, I'll herkle-durkle. It's just, I'll lay in bed for like another hour or something like that, if not longer, depending on what I have to do that day. And then typically by the time I'm up, it's like, I'm not always hungry in the morning, so it's like whether I eat like a banana as a snack or something like that, just something small, and then I'll hold out until lunch. Um, but today for some reason I wanted to eat. I don't know why I wanted to eat and it was weird, but here we are. So it was a little bit late today, later than I planned to. Um, that's yeah, okay. I keep looking at my model. It's like I love my model so much. I have like literally just one complaint. It's just I look too like Fang looks too happy. It's just the constant like all I have to do is open my mouth and I already look like I'm smiling. And that's Fang's not a happy boy like that. Not all the time. It's like he does have his happy moments, but it's like, you know, he's kind of like I'm trying to think of like the best characters or like people that I can compare him to. I guess he's just like okay, the first person that popped into my head was like Killua or something like that. Just he's a lot more serious. He's not like super happy go lucky, especially because um I when did I mention his lore? I think I did that. Was it this week or was it like just at the end of last week? I don't know, but I like 1 or 2 streams ago, I was talking about, you know, I was talking about Fang or Lotus's lore, depending on which one you want to call him, because Lotus is his hacker name, Fang is his given name, kind of a situation. You know, Lotus alias, took it in honor of his brother Ren, which in Japanese means lotus. So like he's a very kind of serious, like you don't want to fuck with him kind of person, and that's like where Killua was like the first one that came into my head. It's like he really doesn't like he'll smile when he's playing games, and that's where it's like a little bit more accurate, I guess, but it's just like even just sitting here, all I have to do is like even just talking, my mouth turns up like that, and it's just like even that just like oh, you can't talk like this, it's just it doesn't work. You do like a O shape with your mouth. It's just you can't talk like that. That's not how the human mouth works. So like that's one thing I'm gonna change on my model going like in the future. That and like I want to change my tail a little. It has like its own idle animation, which is awesome. Like I'm really impressed by my breaker, like the person who created my model for me. I'm very impressed and very grateful for that. But like in the future, it's like for lack of a better comparison at the moment, it's like people who've seen Shoto's new model when he has his tail out or something like that, how it moves with his model and stuff like that. That's something that I definitely want to do further down the line if I can. But you know, for now, this is like I'm really happy with my model, so it's like I'm really grateful with it. Because I'll admit to not giving a whole lot of detail when I mean, aside from like the face and stuff like that. I told them exactly where I wanted the scars, the markings and like hair colors and all that stuff, and my hair as well. It's like a half up, half down hairdo. It's like I have you know, either a bun or a ponytail, kind of just with the top half of my hair in the back, and the rest is just, you know, falling down, like loose and like it's like half pulled up. And the bangs, it's it's actually somewhat similar to the hairstyle that I usually have myself IRL. It's like I love long hair. It's fun to play with. Short hair is also fun during the summer, just because or like it's more convenient, I guess, over the summer. Just when it gets super warm, you don't have to constantly like pull your hair up and stuff. But it's also like it's also like a personal preference thing, I guess. But I like having long hair. Even if sometimes it tends to cause me I don't know, not dysphoria, because tons of men have long hair too. It's not dysphoria, it's just it makes it harder for me to pass, I guess, just because I'm still pretty early with a lot of like it's like I've been on T for a couple months now, but it's still like, you know, I'm pretty early. I've been oh, my voice is my voice is crashing out on me already. Shit. I didn't do vocal warm-ups, that's part of the problem. I gotta get up earlier. I gotta stop getting up like an hour before I plan to stream. If I get up 2 hours, it's like I have enough time to eat, I have enough time to get ready. I mean, I get ready within like half an hour, if not less, in the mornings, but just because I've been trying to change my schedule. But like vocal warm-ups and making sure my throat is fine and vocal cords are fine. would just be more convenient, especially when I'm gonna be doing a stream where I talk a lot, which is definitely gonna be one of those days because you cannot. I mean, if you're streaming visual novel games, it's like if they don't have audio log like dialogue for you already, it's voice lines for you already. It's you gotta read it yourself. You can't just let your audience read that themselves. Come on, where's the fun in that? Especially if they're, doing something on the side of like watching your stream. But I think god damn, I've been talking for like almost 20 minutes again. That's unusual for me, but probably a good sign that I'm getting more comfortable. I think I jumped my train of thought earlier because I was talking about streamers and like Q&As and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't even think I finished my thought. One of the one of the things that I wanted to like mention is I've been very focused on like copyright free music and stuff like that. So like I use chill hop music a lot just because I know it's DMCA free, like no copyright and all that stuff. It's like I'm very paranoid about copyright anything, like copyright music and all that stuff on Twitch, just because I don't want to deal with the flags. I don't want to deal with getting any warnings or anything like that. But it's like I'm very curious to all the streamers who just play Spotify whatever they want. Like some people play Stray Kids or Lady Gaga or like whatever. I went from one end of the spectrum to the other with those two artists. But people who just play Spotify music like that with like no concerns, it's just like how do they have the confidence to do that? Do their accounts just like not get flagged with that, or just Twitch just automatically? I know they mute the VODs, but on Twitch, but I don't know if it's like quote unquote fine to do or something like that, because it's like it's so many streamers, if not every streamer that I've ever watched just does that, and it's got me paranoid and curious. It's just like, is it okay? Because everywhere I Google or look these things up, it's like, oh no, you shouldn't do this and yada yada, but people still do it anyway, and I'm like, but how do they not get like their accounts banned or timed out or something like that if they're constantly doing this? And like, do they just not get the strikes, or is it like a partnership versus affiliate versus just starting streamer kind of a thing? It's like, it's stuff like that. It's like I wish I could ask those streamers themselves, because, or like bigger streamers, because even if I ask that question on r/Twitch on Reddit or something like that, or just like these Twitch Discord servers or something like that, I never know if I'm gonna get like a good answer that really kind of explains it, or it says that like, oh yeah, you can do this, it's just when your mod is like just chatting or even in a game or something like that, that it just gets sections of it get muted or something like that. Because even then, that's not like super fun to me if people can't even go back and watch and know what you're talking about, unless you have audio mixers and then you upload the clean music free video to YouTube or something like that. Who knows? But alright, okay, so I'm gonna go into Stream Manager. I'm gonna change the category again to Our Life because I want to play Our Life. I really want to do that again. Because I am tired and because I'm running out of topics to talk about a little bit. Oh shit, where'd it go? I'm still extremely impressed that Lotus, of all names, is actually like has a voiced name. Because and there weren't a whole lot of like super common names that were on there. I mean, I think I saw Kai and a whole bunch of other ones. One of the names that I'm partial to is like Kai, Liam, Fang, Tommy, because it's like some of my friends. Dude, I have too many people. I know too many people named Tommy. I know it's a super common name, but actually, okay. I'm a little bit curious. Shoda's another name that I like, but that's also because, I love Shota as a streamer, but there's so many interesting names out there that it's just like, I love. They're cool. Okay, oh god, wait, let me stop that just because it was tripping me up. I could hear both audios at the same time, and that was... Ugh. Where's... Mother... Bitch. Seriously? It's not picking up... Oh, Streamlabs, why do you have to do this to me first thing in the morning? Why do you not... Okay, because it's not... Oh god, I have to turn my headphones down because the game itself is super loud. Really? You're gonna make me... You're really gonna make me change... Yeah, because our life isn't showing up. Where is... Streamlabs, YouTube Studio? It doesn't even have audio. I don't know why that's coming up. Yeah, it's not. God damn it, I need to delete this stupid application audio again and put it back in. Yay! That's a pain. I don't know why it does this. Usually it's fine. It's just every so often it just does not want to pick up game audio. Or specific applications. It just does not want to register that, oh yeah, it's open, it's giving audio. Okay. Sorry, yeah, see, now it's super loud, so now I have to go and adjust it again to whatever setting I had the first time. Which, I don't remember, I think it was 65. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's fine. Does it recognize this as a game? I don't remember if it does. Oh, it does. Perfect, 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 perfect. Sometimes it doesn't want to, so I have to do the, I think that's fine. I think that's how big I think I was this big, last time. Too. Worst case, I can just move, I can move my ass out of the way. Okay, this is fine. Beaches, oceans, travel, paradise. Yep, okay. Got the right name, got the right category. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're cool. Okay, now... Okay, this should be fine. Okay. Okay, I'm not actually gonna start a new file. I want to look at the names. No. Cause yeah, so Jamie is the default, which is a very interesting default name. Also, there's like 3 different ways that I know how to spell this. Like Aaron, Abby, Ace. Holy shit! Could you like? You could freaking play as Porcus the Ace or something like that. Dude, that would be awesome. Aeon, Bia, Blue, like, again, at least 2 different ways to spell this, but like, there's so many cool names. I don't know if I ever really took time to really look through them. Aki, Akira, Akua, Alina. Because like, here, you got your like, typical Alex, Arthur, Ash. God damn it, my rabbit has a name. Crystal. Here, see, Crystal and Crystal. That's interesting how they have different, like, spellings of the same name, too. They probably use the same... Crystal. Yeah, so it's the same voice, they just have, like, the different spellings for it. That's cool.
K.
Really?
K.
Okay, my inclination was to say, like, Sai or Kai or something like that, so... Camille!
Asteria.
Oh, cool. But, like, that's Asher from How to Train Your Dragon. Oh god, my ass is in the way, but it's like... Esther...
Ezekiel.
What?
Ezekiel.
Okay, maybe it's because of The Walking Dead, but my inclination was to pronounce that Ezekiel. I don't know if it's spelled differently or something like that. There's Desmond, Felicity, Arrow, Celestia. But like, this is just A through F alone. There's so many. I feel like there's what?
It's a Kabir.
That's cool.
JR.
But like, there's so many names. That's so cool how inclusive they wanted to be. Like, kudos to these people. I mean, seriously. Can I? Okay. So let's go to low. This was here. Lotus. did not want to oversave that. Okay. Oh shit. What do I want to do? Which one do I want to do? I think this is like one of my least. I don't want to say least favorite ones. Just like it's like I always feel like I speed through the growing up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Oh my god, I gotta turn the audio down again on my headset. What in the world? Why is it so loud today? My gain is down, right? Equalizer gain low. Yeah, so weird. It is nice how, like, I have a SteelSeries headset, so it's like I have a little controller that connects my headset to the controller to the computer. So I can edit the audio and the equalizer and all that stuff. So between like the chat versus the game, which one I want to hear more, and make sure like things are balanced and mixed and all that stuff. So it's like I got like my own little mixer and the controller for my headset, which is nice. But I can also use my headset kind of as a speaker because it has like a low and high gain setting, which is interesting. God damn it, I am in the way. Okay. Fine, I'll make myself here. That should be fine. It doesn't reach all the way over here. My tail's just gonna be cut off a little bit. That's fine. I got a big ass tail, so. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like my tail is, like, it's really big. I like having a big tail, but I feel like it's really big. Just because wolves do have fairly fluffy tails, but I feel like this is also a little bit much. I don't know. I just stopped nitpicking on my own model. I really am happy with it. I guess it's just like notes for the future for myself. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you alone, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient, waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Okay, it's never too warm to play with stuffed animals as a kid, at least not for me. Then, suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside telling everybody they're too busy to play. Wow, I think there's a little bit of hidden judgment going on there.
Why? Duh.
I said why. And it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot. Excluding a small huff. Excluding. I don't know. I feel like exuding. I don't know. Maybe that's... I gotta stop nitpicking the dialogue sometimes. I don't know why I do that. Maybe it is because of my autism or something like that. It's like I have an expectation or something doesn't like line up the right way. My brain just can't like comprehend it. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove. Rude much?
What do
Maybe?
you think?
Oh, don't bring me into this! Don't bring me into this! Lotus, what do you think? What do you want to? I'm not playing house. It was house, right? That's what she suggested. You should be adults. Nah, I don't want to be... Baby, come up with something nice. Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I don't know. Please, Lotus. When have I ever had a bad idea? Several times! Whenever we play with you. Okay, not every time, but I wasn't asking you. Kept hesitating. Sorry, I have other stuff to do. Okay, I'll say. I'll try, but that sounds boring. Do I just, like, outright say to yourself, or just, like... I don't know, I really don't want to play adults. Like, it's just, like, it doesn't... You kept looking down at your hands, still unsure. Apparently tired of waiting for you to make up your mind, Lizzie sighed. Fine, go play over there, Lotus. I got sent to the corner. You flinched from her raised voice. It definitely wouldn't be fun to join now. Okay, yeah, especially little Lotus, Big Lotus, if you yell at him, it's like, he's not gonna be happy, but it's... you yell at little Lotus, it's like, yeah, he gonna go. He be gone. You flinched from her voice. It definitely wouldn't be fun to join now. Me and Cove will do it ourselves, it's decided. He looked back at you regretfully.
I guess.
Now go on. Nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed out to find something else to do. Ah, shit, I got sent away, like, Aw, man. That's not fun. Like he promised, Cove stayed put with Lizzie for the next couple of hours while you played Godzilla. Watch TV, play Godzilla, read a book, build a fort. In all honesty, I'd be more like, he'd be like more likely to read a book. Because he didn't go to school or anything like that, so like learning new things from Ren was just like, it was interesting. Plus probably be like a coding book or something like that. Python for Dummies. You could hear them talking as you sat with the book by the window. You opened the picture book in your lap and immediately got lost in the story. Actually, I'd say that's something that he would kind of do. It's like he'd rummage through the trash, maybe found like a kid's book or something, be like, what's this? And just like look at it for hours, just like, pictures, pretty colors. It was about a little donkey who grew up on a farm, making friends with all the animals and pretending to be like them. You liked the part where she swam around the pool with the ducks. It always made you laugh. Is this an actual kid's book? I think I've wondered that before, but I never knew if this was actually a kid's book that like is out there in the wild. It almost sounds familiar to me, but I don't remember. You finished that book and went to get another, but before you could choose, you noticed that Lizzie and Cove's voices were getting much louder. Uh-oh. Curious about what was happening, you craned your neck to hear them better. Uh-oh. At first, you mostly only picked up on Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports and the Olympics. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new there. But then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. I'm gonna go see what's going on. You abandoned your cozy reading spot to go check what was happening with them. Are you okay in here? From up close, you could see that your sister was red-faced and pouting, while Cove mostly just looked confused. Neither one paid you mind.
Cove.
Ooh, I walked in on a bad situation. Shut up, Cove. You're being so unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. The argument was so high-strung that it was making you a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, yeah. Like, the second that I walked into, like, her saying, shut up, Cove, I'm like, can I leave again? I mean, I don't want to leave because I want to be by my friend's side and, like, you know, not have them fight, but you had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Had the two of them been arguing like this the whole time? Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt, poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Lotus, it's time to get ready to go.
You alright with that?
Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. What do you mean the cold? Oh. Okay, see. My bad. That's a figure of speech. That's an expression. Not that it's actually cold outside because it's in the middle of fucking summer. Ignore that. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But...
Bye.
Bye, Lotus. There's still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Well, I mean, at least he said goodbye to me, but like, Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay? Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? You know, I hate to be a snitch, but for the sake of my friend, they were fighting, Cove and Lizzie, for the whole time. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth. Oh, she pulled out the full name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lizzie. I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was...
That's
No
enough.
buts. Sorry, I interrupted you, Mom. No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. I'm not gonna touch it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging her foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Oh, right, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't. Noelani? I guess so when I first started playing this game and reading it, I kept saying Neolani because I kept flipping these two. But it's like my instinct was still to say Neolani, but it's not. I don't know. It's Nolani or I don't know. I'm sorry for mispronouncing it. Where did you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all at the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. Maybe it's a good thing that I don't have my usual shift. I don't know if I can look at words today. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song that always made the car ride more fun. You chose a soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. You know what? I snitched, so I'm gonna cheer her up. I snitched. I made her upset, so I'm gonna make her happy. You were happy to see it brightened her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Aww. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. I'm also gonna be a little bit selfish because, like, whenever siblings are in a bad mood, it's like, you know, A, you messed up, and B, it's like, if your sibling is in a bad mood, it's gonna put you and everyone else in a bad mood too, kind of a situation. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching... Okay, yeah, it is pretty, but like Twilight Hour, Twilight Zones, hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. Oh, that's the best! Like that last little bit of sun, just sitting outside and letting this, like, just relaxing, even, like, especially in the summer, if it's, like, nice and warm, you're sitting outside, sun's about to go down, and you're just, like, one, the view is amazing, two, it feels different, like, just having that skin, that light on your skin, just, mwah, love it. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Earlier, you'd only caught the tail end of your sister's argument with Cove, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from the silence. Oh god, no! I hate that when that happens. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned at the window. She knew it was coming when you all got back home. Clearly she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. When she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. Oh man, sorry Lizzie. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So?
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. It's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Okay, I've never been in this exact situation, like you get into a fight and, like, you're the one who has to apologize and stuff like that. I've never had to do something like this, but I can totally sympathize with, like, the, you know, keeping your head down, not wanting to look at anyone and all that stuff. Just, oh, man. Sorry. Did my model go down? I feel like I went down because I sunk a little further in my seat. Just... It's like, I don't want to be, like, super tiny, but I don't want to be in the way either. It's like, just trying to find that balance. It bugs me. Okay. Mom went over to the house phone. The rest of you followed behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. I'm sorry, but she's the cool mom. She's, like, the very overprotective, somewhat more stern mom, and Mommy's just, like... I mean, the name. Come on, it fits. She's very sweet. She's very caring. She's very, you know, let the kids be kids kind of... very understanding kind of a person. I don't know. Not that Mom isn't understanding. Just like there's a clear difference between the two of them, and it's awesome. You watch them from the back. This is only happening because you told on Lizzie. You didn't regret it? Wow. You felt a little guilty, like you had betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. But it was her fault for doing it in the first place. You know, in all honesty, it's like it's like I'd feel guilty for doing it, but it's like I know, like, I really feel like I would have betrayed, like, my sibling. I think I did do that once, and I felt the exact same situation, but not like I, like, told on them, like, oh, they got into a fight, yada yada, or something. Just, like, I don't know, very, very, it's very easy to make me feel kind of, like, guilty towards the people I care about, I guess. I don't know. Felt a little guilty, like you betrayed your sister. You can still remember the look on Lizzie's face. There's no doubt she felt that way about it too. Ah, great. Lizzie could hold a grudge if she was really upset. Would she hold this over you? You hope not. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. Okay, can I, like, just go into, like, the other room or something? Or, you know, turn my back to her so she doesn't have to feel that, like, all the attention's on her? You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. Son of a... Oh my god, that's the worst. The phone rang a couple times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Daddy! Well, we're like, indirect dad, just because, you know, best friend. The other parents become your parents in a way. Evening, Holden residence. I got tongue-tied. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie Zulamar? What a surprise! But of course you could say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani, Lotus, and I are here too. Why do you have to mention that I'm here? I don't want to be, like, I don't want to... Evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Sad. Oh, fucking hell. No, I'm not gonna... You shifted from one foot to another but remained where you were. I'm not gonna say, like... I know it's polite to, like, say, like, hi, I'm here, but it's like, I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be part of this situation. The gang's still here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight. Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't... It's okay. La 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 la. Holy shit, work is gonna be a bitch tonight. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad... It's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There's some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. Oh, sorry, bitch. Oh, sorry. God damn it, why do I keep yawning? Maybe it's because, like, maybe it's the cozy vibes. Maybe that's what's getting to me. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
Lotus is on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since he couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad. Why do you gotta use me as, like, the bait? Why am I the bait to get him on the phone?
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away. Okay, this is a situation where it's like, I guess he didn't really have a chance to cool off, so he's still simmering about it, which I could relate to. If I'm not distracted after a situation, I'm gonna simmer on it too.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Sorry, I forgot to drink a little bit of my vitamin water. Dude, vitamin water's so good. I gotta say, my favorite's probably definitely the acai blueberry pomegranate. Like, that's definitely my top favorite. My second favorite is either like the dragon fruit or the watermelon one. The that one's just convenient because it's like more, it's the was it the mint watermelon or something? It's like the hydrating one. But I like the acai one, just because the flavor, antioxidants and all that crap aside. Not crap, it's good for you. Not crap, just like the whole added stuff. The flavor itself alone is just enough to get me to drink it, but it's also nice because of the antioxidants, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say. And failing miserably at. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. See, this is why I wanted to be like in the other room or something. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief. Oh, good gracious. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he had refused her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
You remember! You remembered up there. Bye, Lotus. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled even if you couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. We didn't talk at all, but like he knew I was still there. Ah, damn. It's adorable. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. Holy Thor, we're off to a bad start. We're only an hour in, and I was planning to do this until like probably 2. Oy vey. My brain is gonna be fried and my dyslexia is gonna get worse as this goes. It's like I think like it's more like ADHD related or something, that maybe just because it's I don't have your stereotypical dyslexia like you see in like I don't know how accurate Percy Jackson is, like with their portrayal of dyslexia and how like the words flip around. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's not necessarily what happens to me. It's just like I just lose my ability to recognize words, kind of. Like I can't, for lack of a better term, it's just like I can see the word, it's like I can read it, it's just I can't, I don't know, comprehend it. Like my brain is just like, wait, what's this word again? Like, how do I say this? Especially when I'm reading aloud or something, like, yeah, reading the words out loud. It's like, that's when it gets so much worse. Which is probably a good thing that I'm doing this. Like, maybe I consider, like, this is, like, practice or something like that, so it doesn't happen as often, but reading aloud has, like, always been, like, this huge struggle for me. I always mix up the words and like, struggle to read stuff. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Oh, that's another thing I do, too. It's like, I flip, not letters necessarily, but like I flip words. That's something that happens too, especially when I'm like fatigued, like not tired, like sleepy tired or something like that. It's just like, I don't know, like mentally thought fatigued or something like that. Hard to say. Can I go now too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Sorry, I thought I got a text from work and I panicked. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. That's good. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You're glad that was the end of it all. Yeah, it's like my brain is, I keep hesitating because I don't want to say something wrong. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. They weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Oh, okay, that's that done. To eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We'll do shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Okay, the fact that I actually did that as a kid is that's scarily accurate. If anything, I think I would try to pick up the snail. Cause like one of the first the first house that I really lived in had like this huge pavement parking lot behind the house. Where I'd play all the time. And, you know, every so often there'd be a slug or snail or something like that that was slowly moving across it. And I'd always try to quote-unquote rescue it, especially during the summer because the pavement was like super hot and would dry out like, you know, the slugs and the snails and stuff. So I'd always try to pick them up and bring them back into the grass. Which, I'm pretty sure that grossed out a lot of kids that would come over to play. On the few occasions that they did, because I'd be over here playing and all having fun, all that stuff, and all of a sudden I'll see a snail or a slug or something like that, and not wanting them to dry out or get crushed or something like that, I'd pick them up and move them back over to the grass, like on the edge of the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. Money. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. Dude, I'm too stealthy. Like, both as a kid and, like, as an adult. Like, I scare my family way too easily sometimes. Like, my mom especially. If I could just be walking straight out, like, in broad daylight, and I'd still somehow manage to scare my mom. I don't know how, but I would. Because my footsteps would just be so quiet, and then, like, I'd talk to her. Like, I'd be like, hey, wanting to ask her a question or something, and then she'd jump. She'd be like, whoa, how long have you been there? Or something. I think I actually made her scream once. I scared her that bad accidentally. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Ko first, then his dad. Aww, his little smile is so cute. In turn, Ko shuffled his feet in place as you got closer. Hi! Thanks for the follow. I love your username, that's awesome. Hope you're having a great Friday. Welcome to the Cozy Vibes.
Lotus.
Hi. God damn it, again. Stop catching me off guard with actually saying my name.
How's it going?
Yeah. Nice to meet you as well. Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Lotus? I think it's funny. Scary mommy, come on. That's hilarious and awesome. Nothing. You toed the pavement in front of you. It would be nice to tell them about the snail you found, but you didn't know if they like snails. Yes, I was just talking about this. I said, like, I would, like, gross other kids out because I'd be picking up snails off the pavement. Trying to save them. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. It does? You weren't sure about that. It's like, oh, what are you doing? Nothing? Really? Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can come. You immediately grinned at the idea. You hadn't been sure if you'd see Cove today, and now he was inviting you somewhere. This day couldn't get much better. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. No, my boy! Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide, creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. Oh god. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't any clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. Okay, as much as I love the beach, I absolutely hate walking on the sand with shoes. Oh my god, it bugs me so much. Like, socks and shoes, forget it. Sandals, okay, maybe, but like, just, let me just walk barefoot or something. So long as the beach is clean, like, I'm fine. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for snails? I got snails on the mind, dude. Seriously? Are you looking for shells? What is it? You didn't feel the need to ask why. Nah, You looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You're good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. Dude, Wait, do I still have my shell collection somewhere? I had like this huge... I know I have my collection of rocks. I have the whole ass... Like, I have this little red, like, container that's just full of rocks. I don't even fully remember where I got those rocks. I got them, like, from all over the place, but it's... I collected rocks and so many shells as a kid. Oh, wait, actually, no, I do... I have this big, like, intact shell. Like, it's not just one half of a shell. It's literally the entire shell, like, both halves of it. They were even attached, like, the hinge was even still attached when I found it. And unfortunately, it, like, dried up and degraded at this point. So it's separated, so the hinge isn't together anymore. But it's, like, what are the chances of just finding this huge-ass intact shell, like, not even broken? like that just blew my mind. So I was so happy to find that, and I have that just sitting on my on my bookshelf here in my room. But I have a whole bunch of like other shelves that. Oh wait, you know what? Oh shit, they might be in Germany. Oh, I just realized that. I think my grandmother has them in Germany because she loved it when I would find shells for her and stuff like that. So I think she has my collection. That might be it. I wonder if she still has them. Okay, I don't know. That's something I have to that's something I have to ask her. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. Okay, sorry, just talking about Germany just made me think that I should probably play some games in German or something like that maybe one of these days. And it just made me thinking, like, I think this game is only in English, but, like, my brain just went, does it have German? It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. And although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. You didn't either. What do you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do on the beach? I don't need to ask anything. He seemed altogether too invested in the floor to pay attention. You decided to watch the waves as they inched closer and closer to your feet instead. Oh! Abruptly, Cove stopped, then moved briskly ahead a few steps. What is it? Without a word, he bent down, picking up something half buried in the sand. He hurried nearer, closely glancing over his shoulder. It was a shell, lightly pink at the bottom and bleached white at the top. Kind of reminds me of either where'd my mouse go? Hold up! There it is. Kind of reminds me of like his cast. Like there's a pink here and there's a white here, just like pink to white to his shirt. Wow. So you found. Wait a minute. Sorry. Like, okay. Whenever I think pink, my first thought goes to him, and then I forget. Wait, I'm pink. My hair's pink. My colors are pink. Well, aside from my jacket, but like. Wow. So you found what you're looking for? Cove got back up, turning his find over in his hands before unbuttoning one of the many pockets on his pants and sliding it inside. I pick up anything that's kind of cool. This is what I got this time.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. I like swimming. I like looking at fish. I like to build sandcastles. Nothing. Okay. Definitely the swimming. It's like... I was never really good at building sandcastles. I kept trying, but I never figured out the technique to build like an actual good sandcastle. Even if I had the stupid like sand containers, it's like I never figured out how to use them properly. It would always collapse. Like I could never figure out the right weight ratio between like wet sand versus dry sand, and like just I could never get it to work. Fish, not so much in the ocean, so I like swimming. Cove's lips curled up in a small smile. Me too. It occurred to you that you hadn't been swimming in a while. There was just so much to do before school started up again, and so little time. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. Okay, this is like one of my favorite songs in the game, because it's so like upbeat and like bouncy. Alright, no longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside the cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Oh, god damn it, I have food right next to me too, so it's... Actually, no, it's if I do get hungry from the dialogue, I have food next to me. It was nice, it was not very nice, it was alright. Okay, mixed feelings, because it's like, I do like being in the city, but at the same time, it's like, if I'm there for too long, I get overwhelmed by everything, so it's... Okay, sorry, I had to stretch. Oh, damn, that felt good. It was nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There's so many things to do, and you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other when a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! It's a very generic name for a magician. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had three tails! Huh? Okay, now I need to see a drawing of that. Like, whenever, like, coattails, it's like they have the two prongs, like the tongue, the snake tongue at the bottom, but like three? What? Or is it just because of like a cape or something? I don't know. I need a picture. I need a picture, people. There's a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander," in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Facts, kid. To get attention, I don't know. Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. You bit your lip, reluctantly starting to follow after Cove again. You continued looking over your shoulder, however, wanted to see as much as you could before you got too far away. Oh, god damn it! Stop calling me out! Hey! Not watching where you were going proved a bad idea as you bumped right into Cove. Okay, this is getting too real. Sorry. Did you want to stay or something? If that's okay. He briefly lifted his arms off his sides before returning them to place. You could have said so. Well, you wanted to go! I didn't want to... With that, it began. The Magic Man... I don't know why that got me, the Magic Man. Maybe because of Adventure Time. I don't know. The Magic Man. The Magic Man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers, and the card just disappeared. Whoosh. Whoa! Cove was not interested. The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. Ah, shit. He reached out with a kind smile. No. What's this behind your ear? Back up! Back away! No way. It's just like, you know, I could just imagine, like, I would totally react this way. Just, I'm standing there, I'm watching this, I'm like, oh, wow, cool. Man suddenly turns to me, it's like, oh, what's this behind your ear? I'm backing up and be like, oh shit. Like, the second you make eye contact, or that I make contact with someone, I'm like, ah, damn it. What's gonna happen now? Like, am I, like, did I just, like, a Pokemon, like, there's a dialogue or something like that. When two trainers make eye contact, the battle begins. I'm like, oh crap, we're gonna have a Pokemon battle? Like, did I just initiate combat? What's about to happen? It wasn't enough to deter him, and the crowd of people gathered behind you made it impossible to move away any further. Dude, man, if a kid backs up, you don't come closer! That's them telling you that they don't want to be that close to you. He smelled the popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. Okay, the fact that I can smell this just makes it even worse. Because, like, I get that I have a sensitive nose, but, like, if I could smell that, that means, buddy, you're too close to me. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. But you knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. Worth it! Worth it! So worth it! And one for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow! Okay, worth it. Now you're really grateful he chose you. I mean, would have been appreciative if he backed up, like when I did, but you know what? Worth it. If I get a dolphin balloon, worth it. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card! Any card! My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Ko spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove was just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. I mean, as a kid, probably I would think that, but... I don't know, it's like, at least I had a fun time. You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make this a worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Picked up a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, picked up a magic 8-ball, you walked past the toys. Now I'm picking up the Rubik's Cube. Oh. Will you hold my balloon while I look at this? Cove nodded, taking your balloon and holding it in the same hand as his own so you could get a good grip on the cube. He stood next to you and watched as you attempted to match the colored rows. You managed to line up all the green squares on one side of the cube, but there were still 5 more sides to go. Deciding that it was something you should continue another time, you set the cube back on the rack and took your balloon from Cove, who moved to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. So I just vibe into the music over here. Do you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. You have places like this in your old town? Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. The fit! It's a shark too! Sharks, crab, turtle. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to the table with colorful keychains laid out. They were hand-sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade, standing proudly in front." Wait, these are plushies? Oh, that makes it even better. Okay, when I first saw these, my brain thought that they were like, you know, like little plastic keychains or something like that, but if they're sewn, like, squishy, that makes it so much better. Oh, I don't know which one I want, though. There are lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Okay, the thing is like my brain consistently defaults to the dolphin and then the turtle. I mean, sharks are cute sometimes as well, but it's like, man! Picked up the dolphin, picked up the shark, picked up the crab, picked up the turtle. I gotta do it. I gotta do the dolphin. My brain wants to say shark or turtle or something like that, but dolphin. Your hand stopped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon animal. I actually got to do like a... oh shit, I don't know what it's... Oh, encounter! Like a dolphin encounter. I've got to do that, back in November. It was for like, it was kind of like a birthday gift. It was a little after my birthday, but still. I got to do like a dolphin encounter and a seal encounter. Dude, that was so much fun. It was in... where was it? I think it was the Dominican Republic. Sorry, I thought my rabbit was just doing something in the back of my room. I think it might have been the Dominican Republic. I can't remember. It was like one of the stops that like I was on a cruise with my mom for like my birthday. So that was a whole lot of fun. It was made of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. Oh, it is him! He's in his tunnel. That's what he's doing. My rabbit's digging in his tunnel. That's what threw me off. I was like, I could hear something, but I couldn't see him. You remembered once seeing a pod of dolphins swimming out in the distance at the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in again. Oh, I'd love to see that. That was a great day. Oh, so sorry. You're instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You really had more than a $5 bill to your name. It's like, yeah, as a kid, like even $2 or like $6 was like so super expensive, I feel like. And now you're here as an adult and like, oh, $6. That's nothing. Well, provided, you know, you actually have money saved up and stuff like that and have a good job. Like, expensive would be like, I don't know, 200, 400, 1,000 plus. Like, that stuff's expensive. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh. It's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Well, I mean, his dad did say, really? Really? Are you sure? Hurry, you don't have to. I don't want you to get it for me. You sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. It's cool. You should get it. God damn it. Okay, in a situation like this, like, that's adorable, and I love him and all that stuff. This actually, okay, so something similar had happened to me before, where I was hanging out with, I mean, he was kind of a friend, if not like a closer acquaintance or something like that, because it's like, it was someone I met, from karate, like a local karate studio, and we were hanging out. We were at like like outlets, like kind of like stores nearby, and we went into Yankee Candle, and that was when like I found, good God, Asher, seriously? He's trying to dig his tunnel, even though it's like a plastic tunnel, so it's not gonna do anything, but he still does it. But it's like, so there was like, we went into Yankee Candle, and there was 2 candles that I really wanted to get because they're rare scents. Like, I could not find them anywhere. It was the Lotus, Sea Salt and Water Lotus candle, and oh god, wait, what was the name of the other one? Sandalwood, I think, like Sandalwood and something. Anyone who gets that reference, I mentioned this before, it's like anyone who gets the scent references and what characters they represent, I love you, seriously. It's like my community, my people. But so it's like the Lotus one was on sale, and it was like a special, I think it was, I don't know if it was like a limited time or if it was just like happened to be there, but I was like, the Sandalwood I could maybe find at another store, but the Lotus, forget it. I've been searching for like months to find a Lotus scented candle. So that one was a definite like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna buy this. But then I was looking at the other one, the Sandalwood, I'm like, I'm holding both in my hand, I'm looking at the sizes, I'm thinking, okay, they're the same size, they should roughly, like, you know, last the same amount of time. Signing up for Yankee Candle gives me a discount, all that stuff. I'm like, okay, when's my next paycheck? Is this worth it? How often am I gonna do this? And all that stuff. So I'm standing here, both candles in my hands, I'm looking at them, debating. And my friend just grabs the Sandalwood, candle out of my hand and walks to the register and pays for it. Like, and that all happened within like 30 seconds. Like, my brain couldn't like comprehend it just because it happened so suddenly. And he didn't say anything to me either. He was just like, okay. Like, I'm sitting over here looking at them, debating, and I'm like trying to like talk, like muttering to myself aloud and stuff like that, trying to see, okay, is this worth it? Do I do it? Do I buy both of them? Do I just buy the one, wait until my paycheck, buy the other one? Like, how am I gonna do this? And he just without a word just gets it, buys it for me and all that stuff. And I was like, I didn't know how to respond to that. Like, I was grateful, sure, of course, like, but also I felt kind of bad, and like in a situation like that, it's also kind of like, okay, are you just being nice because we're hanging out, or do you have an ulterior motive kind of a situation? Just because, like I said, it's like he was someone I met maybe a month or 2 prior in karate, and we just like, you know, we got along in the dojo and stuff like that. I don't know if he was getting like picking up something that I wasn't putting down, I don't know, getting vibes that I wasn't trying to send him or something like that. So it's like I didn't know what to do or what to say or how to handle that situation. I kind of just said thank you, and I was like, please don't do that again. Because it really like tripped me up. I was just standing there like just dumbstruck, like, thanks, but also what do you want in return kind of a situation. If it was like a friend that I'd known for years, I wouldn't have questioned it. I would have just been like gushing over like, okay, thank you, I'm gonna pay you back like, somehow, be it, like, I'll buy you, an Orange Julius or a boba or something like that. It's like, I'll buy you something in return for something that was this expensive. It wasn't even that expensive. It was just like this is a thing that I want to buy. Is it worth buying right now or should I wait kind of a situation? But, but like, in this case, it's cute. It's two kids. It's innocent. It's just a friend buying something for a friend. You were a little nervous, but happy with their purchase nonetheless. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. Plus, yeah, the dad kid gave him money to buy me something. He said that. He's flat out said, buy something for your friend too. Like, whispered in his ear, like, buy something for your friend too. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped, my brain almost read that as stepdad. The two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watch Cove up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Does your dad always give out money like that? Thanks for getting it. Thanks for getting me it. Nothing. Thanks for getting me it. You're welcome. Ah! Dude, that's so cute. You hoped he really knew how much you appreciated it. What? You're gonna thank him for the keychain again, but instead just shook your head, smiling. I was gonna thank him like twice, 3 times. Oh, shit, in all honesty, I probably would too. Cove returned the smile with a shy one of his own. Oh, 2 kids in love. Well, like childhood crushes on each other, but still. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rests his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. Whoop. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, your stomach growled even louder. Ah, shit. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza. You passed up pizza? I mean, the snow cones and ice cream make sense because they're not, you know, filling in terms of lunch, but like, passed up pizza and agreed on pretzels. You know what? I take it back. Pretzel. Oh, man. God. My brain just switched to German. Like, what I wouldn't give for a good pretzel. Seriously. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you... Okay, okay, for a stall like this, plain one, got one with cheese, got one with sprinkles. Why would there be okay, why would there be these two? That'd be very interesting for a pretzel. I almost said pretzel again. No, I'm gonna get the same. Cinnamon sugar, damn, yeah, give. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. Give me the sugar! The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. Ooh, okay, that's gonna be like insanely sweet. No more sweets for me for the rest of the day, if I don't get a stomachache. You found an empty table close enough to the bench that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged your chairs out to sit down. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. Oh god, that would make me so anxious. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Okay, I low-key think I was a little bit traumatized by the time that I lost a balloon because it's like, this literally just triggered that memory. It was in Germany. I was like a little kid, and I had a handful of balloons in my hand. I don't remember how many it was. It was a couple of them that were like tied together. I had them in my hand. I don't know. I opened my hand to grab something. I swear I had a good grip on them, but I think the strings must have ripped or like just somehow slipped miraculously out of my hand. Like, I don't know. But they slipped out of my hand and they started floating away. I was devastated. Like, I literally started crying and all that stuff. And my uncle and great aunt, well, now great aunt, they weren't married at the time, but they felt so bad about how devastated I was by losing those balloons that they gave me a little like, I think it was like this little angel like baby angel ceramic thing. I don't remember where they got it because it was in Germany. It was, I think, like for a Weihnachtsmarkt or something like that. Because it was cold. I remember, oh, maybe it's because the gloves. Maybe they slipped out of my gloves or something, or because my hands were like cold and numb that, like, I don't know, I accidentally let go of the balloons without realizing it. I don't remember, but it was just like, I remember them buying that, and it was like all wrapped up in paper, and they gave it to me to make me feel better. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really think it did a whole lot in that situation because, I mean, balloons versus a little angel thing that I wasn't really super interested in. I'm still gonna be devastated about the balloons, but I can appreciate, I was at least very grateful for them, you know, trying to cheer me up. And I think I got like I got sweets later, to really kind of cheer me up. So, but it's like, I still remember that so vividly, just that feeling of devastation and watching those balloons go into the sky, like... Because, like, Cove bouncing up and down, that just, I don't know, just triggered it. Could you help me too? I can't tie it to my own wrist. He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other. But the action made you feel strangely happy. You couldn't look him in the eyes. Oh, I'm feeling bashful.
Okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork. Both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Okay, that's a lie. I would be the last one to finish eating. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. Yeah, that is a fat out lie. I do not eat that fast at all. I still got, you know, avocado toast here on my left that I didn't finish. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face toward the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. Don't laugh at me! When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. Mine's name is Splash. They star in movies. Mine's name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Mine's name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. Okay, come on. Now, we're gonna be, which one do we want to do? Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. I think I keep defaulting to that one just because it's so out there and it's hilarious. Mine's name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Yeah, I think I keep defaulting to this one just because it's so funny to me. Yeah. My name is Merryweather. He wears a crown. Oh god. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all of his friends are merfolk. Every now and then, he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Okay, one, I would have screamed, because it would have scared the absolute crap out of me, but... That's... Oh no! No! My baby! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten.
Otis.
Otis it. Damn it, no, that dude calling my name out too. Shit. Oh, you're gonna make me cry. You made a joke. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You offered to find Alexander. Don't cry. We can see if we can find the amazing Alexander again. I'm sure he'll give you another one. Cove looked over at you, tears rolling down his cheeks. No! Okay. Thanks, Lotus. Can I like, wipe his tears? Just like reach up my hands out and wipe his tears. Come on, let's go. It's a comfort thing. It's a comfort thing, I promise. You took hold of Cove's hand. He brought his gaze back down and gripped yours in turn. See, it's a comfort thing. Not at all just because I wanted to hold someone's hand. The two of you started to head back to where you remembered the magical man being. He wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere. You were eventually forced to give up, but every time Cove sniffled, you gave his hand a little squeeze, and before long he'd stopped crying. See? Comfort! Comfort! Not because I'm lonely! The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another day was drawing to a close. It had been great going around with Cove. You hoped to do it again, but the next time you wished nothing would happen to make him cry. Okay, I vaguely recall there being a different ending for that one, but I'm not gonna go back. I'm just gonna let it play out. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I swear this one led to the dollar bill situation. Maybe it's because I picked Alexander, like the Alexander option. I don't remember, but I could have sworn that like the whole situation of Cove's dad mentioning the $20 bill. I could have sworn that was here. Maybe that's at the end, but I don't know. I'm gonna let it play out. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh— oh god damn it. Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon. Not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you heard— okay, he just spazzed, that's all. He's just running around. That's something I definitely gotta change that in my next, like, setup. Just not have my rabbit be in, my, like, I don't know, like, maybe I'll still keep him in my bedroom or something like that, maybe. Otherwise, I'd have him, like, next door. But definitely not in the same room that I'd be recording or streaming. Just because he's very distracting, and, like, you can hear him in the background every so often. It's like, I apologize. From what you heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. The possibilities of what he might get up to made you anxious. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now here he was, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go into the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it. But sitting there, on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everyone else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. I am a very open-minded, like... wow, I don't know if I, like, as a kid I could recognize this. You watched him from the corner of your eye, quietly, as he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there. Like mermaids.
yeah.
Wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Swimming might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Son, why would you say this? You're a kid. You're supposed to believe in mermaids. I still do. I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Swimming might be fun if we could. I was like, I wish you didn't have a cast. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. Oh god, I'm losing my ability to read already. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. I've never really made one before. Okay. He put his hands back to seashells in sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I'd like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided the two of you through his process. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now. Like, make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle. Cool, this is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a house, a castle, and a mansion. There really is no big difference between a house and a mansion. I mean, sure, a mansion is bigger and all that stuff, but... Nah, sandcastle gotta be a sandcastle. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. Oh, thank you. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. I gotta say, if I built this, that is impressive. Especially as a 10-year-old. Or... Wait, no, I'm not 10. I'm not in the double digits. I'm like 8 or something. Right? Yeah, because Lizzie's 10. She's the only one that's in double digits, she said. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched... Huh? It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still other options. The first thing you reached for was a red bottle cap, blue seashell, green pieces of sea glass. Oh, don't touch the glass! Seashell. Don't touch the glass. I'm gonna cut myself. I will 100% cut myself. Not in a bad way, just I'm that clumsy. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. Even if it's like, you know, glass in the sand, it gets eroded and all that stuff, I would still find a way. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water. So you tucked it away somewhere secure inside, barely poking out to make sure it didn't get lost. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. Checked out Cove's sandcastle, you checked out Shiloh's sandhouse. Sorry, I'm more partial to Cove. I mean, sorry, not sorry, kind of like... Shiloh just, he rubs me the wrong way. He's sweet and all, but just, nah. You gonna ignore me the second Lizzie gets around? I'm gonna ignore him when Cove be around. I don't know, I'm petty a little like that. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. That's awesome. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat moat in front, but it was already enormous. I think it is gaping because there's only one P. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
That's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess I don't see it. You should be an architect. Kinda looks more like a worm. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Lotus, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. Oh no, now I'm self-conscious. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, even a little moat circling it. You'd probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Dude, that's too cute. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Lotus, what did you do? I made a castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles? Yeah. Jinx. That's neat, how you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is only one of that thing, it makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man. A real individual. I don't think I'm very special. See. Okay, this could be a self-confidence issue, but knowing him, I don't think it is. And it's just...
Why?
Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay, yeah, in all seriousness, I probably would have just left it there too. I would have gotten so much more annoyed, though, but... He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Lotus? You blinked, not expecting the question. You thought hard. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. Because he's very unique. You're pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Lotus's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. Lotus's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. Oh! Oh my god. Okay, my brain was just not... Lotus's parents and my dad met the same day that I met Lotus. That's basically what's... Oh my god, that was going on. Okay. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. This is kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. I want to hear a story though. Shiloh could talk about stuff after Cove had a chance to share what he planned on. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they're coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Aww. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Is that it? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. That was very, like, simple. I almost thought he was gonna talk about, like, the conversation that they had or something like that. Okay, why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? That was a pretty bad story. Nah, he felt the need to say it, so I'm gonna say thank you for telling me. He felt like it was important to say, or just to say that, so I'm gonna say thank you. You're welcome. Even if not much happened, you weren't gonna complain about knowing the story. Like, yeah, he opened up to me, like, about this. Like, I'm not gonna tell him, like, oh, this is bad, nah. Shallow's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up, anyway? There's a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well...
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Well, I mean, you can just walk to the beach from your house. I think that'd be, like, an improvement from your last house, potentially? I don't know. And considering both, like, everyone in the Holden family seems to be obsessed with the ocean. I mean, he's got, you know, his stingray tattoo and shark pants, and your name is frickin' Cove. So, and you're obsessed with the water, so figured he'd be happy, I guess. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. Yeah, see? But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even when Cove was done with it, some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh? Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay. It's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched. He was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw. But it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what. Soon you got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Those kids don't wear glasses. And nobody's named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
Whoa! It was probably just your dad bugging Lotus's family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Bitch, shut your mouth. I don't care if you're a kid. No one talks to my friend like that. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to even mention. It didn't seem like that kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. We're gonna build some more. You try to play on. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. The day's gonna be over soon. Ah, Lotus, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. You followed him as he made his way out of the sand. Never mind! I was wrong about the shopping. This is when it comes up. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near-perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. Yes, Cove, he was thinking. The prospects of asking made you nervous, but you did anyway. Like, my buddy is, like, bothered and disturbed by something. I'm gonna, like, ask him what's wrong. Hey, is everything, okay?
Oh.
I was just wondering. Cole fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Sorry. 1 second. Sorry, like I said, there was, like, message from work. I just want to make sure that nothing's going on. Okay. Nothing. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're good. All good. Ah! Why is this? Okay, sorry, my phone is just acting funky. Kofel signed again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all red a lot. You're being rude to him. He was just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know. It's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know. It's just Shiloh. He's like that sometimes. But he wasn't like that with you. I've known him longer. I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Ko's mood was still sour. Hey, Lotus. Was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your mom about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled on your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. You couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know about what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Oh, son of a... Ah, come on. Okay, so here's the thing. It's like, I want to say that nobody's making me spend time with you, but at the same time, I don't want to keep this a secret. I really don't. I hate secrets like this. It's just... Your dad does do stuff so you'll hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. Nobody's making me spend time with you. I have to, I can't just not, like, I can't leave this. Even as a kid, it's like, anything like this would happen and I felt like something wasn't right, I would say it. Like, I hated keeping stuff secret like this. Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah? I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wilted under his gaze, breaking eye contact. You stared at the ground. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me he just moved into the house next to mine. You snuck a look at Cove. He was still listening, his expression as plain as before. You paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. I'm gonna fucking tell him the story! He took the time to tell me the story about stuff that happened that I didn't know about. I'm gonna return the favor, and I'm gonna tell the truth. I can't do that to my friend. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Your dad wanted you to have a friend, so he offered me money, $20. Okay, look, the way that I would have said this is just like, but I didn't take it, or something. But I didn't take the money, like, Cove was so still. You thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Cove? Like, see, dude, tell him you didn't take the money, that's not why you're hanging out with him. Like, no! Damn it, no, I don't want to make him cry. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth, his eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was gonna cry, you were certain of it. I didn't take it, the money. I didn't want it, honest. Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. Oh, please tell me we're not sitting in the middle of the fucking road. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers, slipping down his cheeks. You opened your mouth, but you had no idea what to say. You couldn't go anywhere with Cove in this state. But Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence.
No!
Go away! You flinched at the shout. As you stood there listening to a cry, you felt concern for him, regret for telling about the money, bad about everything. It's like, you know, feel guilty about the situation, feel bad for telling him, feel bad, like, his dad, like, just nothing about the situation is good. You wished you were still making sandcastles on the beach, before Cove was sad, before Shiloh was bad. Everything had been so much better then. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands, whereas his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful, and you kept feeling worse every second. Stop being so loud, please don't cry. I'm sorry, Cove. You hugged him. You started crying too. It's like, I don't know if I'd start crying, but like, okay. Little Lotus, let's think. How would he react? With a friend like this or something like that, he'd either be more inclined to hug him or... Nah, you hugged him. You stepped up and tried to wrap your arms around him in a hug. Cove squirmed away from you again, though ducking his head. It was a full rejection. You heard a door opening and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise on the street. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. Oh, shit. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive. Though, a kid crying is pretty distinct, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe that something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you met Cove. Oh, damn it. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of his house. He just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skidded to a stop before Cove, bent down on one knee, then solidly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands.
What's wrong?
Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable, or unwilling, to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He wanted to know if you tried to make me hang out with him. I told him about the money. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose and he inhaled sharply. While he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words.
What?
Why? Why would you... He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. It's like, yeah, you wanted me to keep a friggin' secret from your own son, my friend, about something that you were doing. Like, again, it's a kid. It's not like they know, like, severe consequences. Like they know the consequences of telling them the truth and stuff. And, like, as a kid, you're told, like, you know, to tell the truth and to not lie and all these things. Like, what the frick did you expect to happen? He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he spoke next, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Lotus is only a kid. Yeah, I was gonna say, see, it's like... Tears were still streaming down Ko's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Ko's cheek with a thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Ko's face. Ko's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Ko's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Ko's mouth.
Come on.
Hey Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. Mr. Holden just chuckled at Ko's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Mr. Mom, the pouty face. Dad's trying over here, man. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's sides, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
Dude, no. Holy shit, this took a turn. I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Lotus is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Dude, the self-deprecation, like, my man's trying. He doesn't know what to do, and I can't blame him. It's his first kid, and with all the shit that was going down, it's like, how do you prepare for this? You can't. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still butted in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. So much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scratching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hand flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Dude, come on, you're allowed to laugh and be happy for a situation like that. Come on. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad- oh, god damn it. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. See? Okay, that's cute. Aww. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Sorry. My voice is slowly giving out on me. I read, like, with vocal training and stuff like that, you should only do, like, 30 seconds a day or something like that, and not all at once, and then here I am doing, like, shit 2 hours in. It's not like I'm doing vocal practice or anything like that, but it's like I am actively trying to... Ow! Headset! I am actively trying to keep my voice, you know, somewhat lower. Partially just because that's kind of the way I talk, but also just, you know, as a way of practicing and to pass, which is more... It's not as important now as it would be later for work, so I should probably save it for when I am actually working, because I definitely don't do it when I'm working. Partially because my voice is a little bit raw and sore, and because I also don't think of it at the moment, because, like I said, having long hair makes it harder to pass as a guy, so... especially when literally all your coworkers are all women. I'm literally the only fucking guy in that restaurant. Or, not restaurant, why did I say restaurant? I was thinking about my old job. But I'm literally the only the only male coworker on that floor, so, in that entire area. People in the back are men, but, you know, they're in the back, you don't see them often, so it's like, yeah, you got the women in the front and all the faces to lure, not even to lure people in, just because they're so much more friendly, and, yeah. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove down. Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. So it just occurred to me why I said restaurant is because one of my old jobs was like I made boba tea. That company went out of business now, unfortunately, but not super surprising considering how the manager was acting, but don't want to talk bad about him, but like he really just like nitpicking and not being very friendly and understanding and reasonable, and it was just like I got out of Dodge, and with good reason, because it did go out of business, so but like yeah, even then I was the only guy. I mean, there's a non-binary person there, I believe, but I was like the only guy that worked, especially on the weekends when there was like all women that were working there, and that's in that place. Then it was just me, the only guy. Actually, that got me curious because everyone that he hired was AFAB. Oh shit, now that's rubbing me the wrong way, now that I think about it. Okay, maybe that's a good thing that I got out of Dodge. It's weird. Mr. Holden sat Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. He wants to make sure he doesn't run off. He sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you had only been able to stand there while the infed unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't do anything. Don't worry about it. Please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try to fix someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
Aw. Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your... I really just instinctively, like, actually cocked my head as I was reading it. You cocked your head, and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. No. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. I'm not gonna take it. Shaking your head, you push the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head. He gazed up at the wide sky as he pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two! You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at the store like this, but now you can split it. Literally. Crouching down, he held the two pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves. Neither of you reached for them. It still has value as a keepsake. A memory. And that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on.
So...
That sounds pretty good, huh? Oh god, the voice crack. God damn it! Maybe I'm getting smarter. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, rubbing a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature. This precise peaks and troughs of the tear, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Oh god, I'm sappy. I'm a sentimentalist. Shit! Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Thanks
Bye,
very
Cove.
much.
Sorry. Have a good night. And thanks, Lotus. You're welcome. Bye-bye. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home, the note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. Oh, damn. Okay, I could have sworn it was shopping, but I was wrong. It's Sandcastle. My bad. Alright, sleepover it is.
Okay.
Oh. Like a soldier over here just yawning very dramatically, like, whoa! Alright kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. I keep wanting to say silverware instead of cutlery, like as a general term. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. I mean, my family does that too, but at the same time, if it like needs to cool off, or if there's like an in-between period of when stuff is cooking, we do the dishes in between so we don't have to do it all at once. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head, like I just did. Finally! I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Yep. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't... But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You yelled out to her, you threw a cushion at her. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it half-heartedly towards her in hopes of slowing her down. It wasn't firm enough, however, and the cushion landed with a plop on the ground instead. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie... I wouldn't consider this part of the kitchen. I really wouldn't. I'd still consider this like a living room-ish, but I don't know. Or dining room-ish, but like living room, kitchenette, dining table. Like, multi-purpose room. Like in House Flipper, it's just a multi-purpose room. The short distance to the kitchen table, Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping her hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. You didn't bother trying to talk her out of that. Talk to her about that. Yeah, I'm not even gonna. I I won. That means you're the rotten egg. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you think so too, right? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with his cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You'd begged your mom to invite Cove over one day. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. He was really going to stay over. You'd been so nervous from the moment you found out. Nah, I would have been begging. They promised that they would. Now they had made good on their word. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out. You even helped Mom search for the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on.
Well, did I win or what?
No.
What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Lotus is slow. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win.
You always pick his side.
Well. Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick his side and he picks me. Oh, god damn it. Dude. Why did, we're fucking kids, and it's still just, the line alone, just, the whole, little bit of flirting, innocent flirting, is just, god damn it. You're a couple of rotten eggs, then. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
All right.
Farm fresh. You're each farm fresh. Yeah, that really isn't a sentence you'd expect yourself to say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Yep, as siblings do. Your parents brought out the last of the food, then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move toward the kitchen. Cove? You can sit too. Slowly he eyed the 4 seats that were left. I'm assuming that, we're sitting here and the mom and Mommy are sitting here. Slowly he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side of where your moms were sitting. Oh, as in, are we sitting here and they're sitting here, so that means that these 4 are open, here? Sit next to me, you can sit anywhere you want to, you stay quiet, sit next to me. I'm gonna say it. Sit next to me. Cove's gaze met your purple eyes. I forgot my eyes are purple. I was expecting pink or red or something, or I don't even know. Or just eyes. Just Cove's gaze met your purple eyes. You smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, I flat out told him to sit next to me, but okay, I guess he smiled, when he came over, but now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Day in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Ooh, be sure not to avoid all of the veggies.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. I think as a kid, I actually didn't really dislike vegetables. The only thing that I wouldn't eat was cooked tomatoes. That's something that has stuck with me as an adult. Cooked tomatoes is one of the only things that I will not eat. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. Honestly, same. I would do, like, even if it was at, like, my best friend's house, like, as a kid. Like, we were practically sisters. Not sisters. We were practically siblings growing up. Well, she was a sister to me. I was a brother to her, I guess. But, like, even, like, our moms had kind of grown up together, so we grew up together, and we were like we were all family and stuff like that. Even I could get away with murder in that house, and I still didn't dare to do, like, anything. Like, at all. My friend would always, like, be the one taking charge, or, like, her mom would be like, here, do this, or you can do this, or, like, whatnot. It's like, I had to get, like, a confirmation that it was okay for me to do things. Because I didn't want to, like, either be rude or disrespectful or get into trouble or something like that. It's like, I did not trust myself to do anything. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Wanna try some? Give! Oh my god, I would love to try that. I love mango chicken, so pineapple chicken would probably be just as good. Not really. Sorry. By then, your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey?
Well,
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. Oh, are we Hawaiian, or did we just make it just because? He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Of course. Unless you want to shrink. That's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with the fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
oh shoot.
Oh shoot, I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying any of the food anytime soon. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new. And it's like, I think you'd like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Okay, in a situation like this, it's like, yeah, no, just give me the plate. It's like, I would definitely, like, okay, if you don't really know what to eat, it's like, I'd either, like, tell you what to try, or, like, I just, like, here, let me give you little scoops of this and this and this of what I think you'll like, and then try it. You took the plate from him and piled only the best foods on it. He watched you work intently, his good hand shoving underneath his leg. When you were satisfied with the amount on his plate, you returned it. You should like some of these.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
Good job.
Ah! No, don't call me out. Don't call me out. That's very kind of you, Lotus. Yeah, just immediately, just red face, just call me out like that, and I'm like, for better for worse, I go bright red just because I get embarrassed. Well, I'm more like self-conscious, I guess, but at first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. It's not loud. The Ballad of the Snot. Isn't a ballad a song? No, it's snot. Oh my god, the amount of quotes that I can just pull out of, like, random shows and movies and stuff, it's bad. Trust me, it's bad. I keep taking a lot of my friends and family by surprise. They're like, wait, what's that from? Or like, how do you remember that? I'm like, dude, I don't got a fucking clue. I just do. I know these words. I know the lines. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends.
Oh.
Wow, at least he's honest, but Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. My god, I'm losing my ability to read big time. but you did feel a little bad for Lizzie. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends, and it's like... Nah, I'd say this. It's like, I would think of a lot of people as like, you know, my friend or my best friend or whatever, but I'm like, I wouldn't dare assume that they felt the same way of me. So you hope the cop... Holy shit. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good. Even though you were still unsure. Yeah, sounds about right. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone. But Pam... Oh god, I forgot her name was Pam. I'm sorry, it's just because I know a Pam in real life finally, so I'm like, wait. Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sound of clanking silverware meant she caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now, less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. Ah, no! Same. But Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. But for now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You groaned about it as well. You stayed quiet and finished your meal. Oh, no buts. Okay. I'm gonna groan about it as well. It seemed way too early to go to sleep. Especially during a sleepover! Come on! I wanna play some more.
Isn't that great?
The sooner you sleep, the sooner a brand new day will be here. I think that's pretty exciting. Oh god, my voice. Holy shit. Ah! Ah! Mama. You weren't sure you agreed. I like the nighttime better, to be honest. It's calmer, quiet, you can do whatever the hell you want. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered into your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head in the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Oh, that's too accurate. Mom had set up a sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. I think so. Okay, I have a question for people. When you had sleepovers as a kid, did you swap places with people? Like, did the guests sleep in the bed, or did the guests sleep on the sleeping bag, like now? 'Cause I'm pretty sure the way that I always did it, like my family always did it, is that the guest would be the one sleeping on the floor. Like, whenever I was like having sleepovers with my sister friend, or like any other friends in general. Actually, no, in Switzerland we shared the bed. It was a huge bed. It was like the guest bed. So, we didn't sleep in like. It was like I think it was like a king size bed or something like that. Like that bed was huge. So we split it. But like for like the twin beds and stuff like that, it's like I would always sleep on the floor every time, consistently, unless it was at home. Then I'd sleep in my bed. But no, I think sometimes even when it was at home, I would sleep on the sleeping bag sometimes. I don't know, I can't remember. For the most part, it's like whenever I went to visit and had sleepover at other people's places, I always slept on the floor in a sleeping bag. So I'm curious if other people had that same experience or if you like swap beds. I don't know.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose. Leave my nose alone! I got a bad, stupid nose tick when people mess with it. Don't make it worse. Chuckled when you squawked in annoyance. Yeah, it's like, pinch! Ah! Squawked in annoyance and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks, Mommy. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. See? Oh my god. Sorry, I gotta say it, but she's my favorite mom. She's my favorite mom. Mommy is like, she's sweet, I love her, and then mom's the dad. Like, mom's the dad mom or something. Like, Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go. But he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he drops me on my bed. Or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. I can just imagine like the first time that he was doing that or something, like, you know, shaking, I'm not gonna drop you, doesn't drop you, and then suddenly does. I just like imagine just like the face of betrayal when you're falling down, just like, why would you do this to me? And then only to flap on the bed, like, and still be in shock, like, like just silently, like, you actually dropped me. It's like, I'm safe, but you dropped me. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
Oh, how fun. Though I think you're right, it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Lotus's other mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. Nope, I agree. Wholeheartedly, you were the nicer one. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked to you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. It's always like, yeah, that's something my family would say too a lot. Good night, sleep tight, and don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. Okay, but why is the window open at night? Like, if you open them now to look out at the night sky, sure, that's fine, but if the lights are on and the window's open, just everyone can see your naked ass. Oh god, my throat's really kind of like, ugh. Feels like I got stuff in my, like, gunk in my throat now. Ugh. Closed her eyes tightly, not wanting to think of Cove on the floor nearby. Having to awkwardly lay there in silence while he did the same felt so strange. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop wondering what he really thought about you. I'm gonna ask him. Like, I would totally have a conversation with my friend. Like, if I'm sleeping over, it's like, I'm not about to sleep just yet. Part of it being nerves, part of it just being like, you know, hey, let's talk in secret, let's not sleep just yet. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few moments, and you wondered if you'd startle him with the question. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about about his impending answer. Blah, 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 blah. Felt like Porky Pig there for a second. When you heard his voice next, it was almost so quiet you had to strain your ears to catch the words. Do you think we're friends, Lotus? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before, and now more than ever you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. Yeah, we're friends. We're best friends. I don't know. Not really. You decide. We're extra special friends. Yeah, we're friends. As soon as the words left your mouth, you knew they were true. There's something about Cove, though you hadn't quite figured out what that something was. Cove must have been thinking a lot because it took him a while to reply to you again. Okay. Ah! Dude, no! That's too fucking. That's too cute. That's too cute. That's too cute. You could hear the smile in Ko's voice, and something about it made your stomach flutter a little. Oh, damn. It made you feel nice to know the two of you were officially friends. You know, let's just clear the air, declare it aloud, we're friends! You started when Ko sighed deeply. You turned your head to look at his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? Could you be quieter, please? Stop it. No, what's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard a sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Okay, that's something I can sympathize with. When I'd have, like, sleepovers at my grandma's place or something like that, I really would struggle to sleep. Like, also kind of a similar situation. It's just, like, I don't know if it's, like, a kid thing, and, like, if it's your first sleepover, like, yeah, it can be really, really hard sleeping at someone else's place for the first time. But I almost think that it is slightly an autism thing, at least in my regard, but I don't know. Ko sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side drawer, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was the one your moms would read to you. It was special. I thought you were looking for your glasses. Be careful, that's mine. Well, duh, but what are you doing with that? I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was. And then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool.
Oh?
Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures, some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me. She uses different voices for every character. There's a dragon in it and crazy things happen. There's a dragon in it. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all, so the two of them become friends instead. You only realize afterward that you spoke more strongly than you had meant to. Your cheeks burn. This must have been how Ko felt earlier. Oh yeah, when you talk like you're really excited about something and then you realize, I'm like, oh wait, I was like super enthusiastic about that. Oh man, now I feel like a weirdo. Thankfully, Cove didn't seem annoyed. In fact, if you didn't know any better, it seemed like he liked the explanation. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused on the backside summary. His interest in it was only spurring your own. You were reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it, or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and the pictures inside. Dude, that's like me with Aragon, or like the School for Good and Evil or something like that. Those books are so good. I don't care how many times I've read them, I will keep going back to them. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. Ugh. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time when you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep staying awake. Nah, fuck that. You wanted to read the Book of Cove. Screw that. I'm not gonna sleep like this. Pardon? You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? Getting something we need. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. Like, ah! You jump back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Dude, no, that's too accurate. Ko continued to watch as you wriggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it over your head. What? You have to come here. Bring the book, too. Oh god, it's so dark, but you can kind of see it. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Clop! With the click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You hurriedly tilted the flashlight so it was shining at the floor of the blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Now I can read, and my moms won't know. I do this all the time. Dude, I totally would, as a kid. I don't stay up for too long because mom or mommy check on me sometimes. I haven't been caught yet. Do you want to try? Cove nodded. Pleased by his straightforward response, you placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he lay down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. Wanted the story to be narrated, you thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show... Nah, screw that! We're narrating it. You loved it when mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared at this time? Blah, why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? I'm gonna make it more entertaining for him. Though you felt a little embarrassed, your excitement over introducing another person to the special story won out. You didn't even need to study the page for long. There once was a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got into an exciting part. The squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay, it's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you'd look up from the page, you gazed landed right on Cove. Ah, shit. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You startled when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. just Come say nothing happened, nothing's happening. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Oh, did I fall asleep reading the book? Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself to your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. Yep, I can feel that right now. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. Then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Oh, did I think of the boogeyman or something? Cove? That you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You'd helped your mom's redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed. In my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. Yeah. I know that feeling. You wonder how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That took off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house? This time of night? All by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. Well, if you have to, you don't have to. I should tell my moms. I'll come with you.
Why?
Why? I can get there myself, and then you'd have to go all the way back here from my house. I want us to stay together more. I think I should come anyway. I gotta make sure nothing happens to you. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure nothing happens to you. Cove stared at you for a long time. You cocked your head, confused. Is that bad? He didn't answer your question. Instead, he broke eye contact, busying himself with picking at up his pajamas. Okay, you can go with me. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too? Like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it all. No, just this. You could understand that. He didn't really need anything right now, and you could always pick up his things tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight. Oh my god, I almost misread that. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon, Cove joined you. The two of you crept out into the hallway as silently as you could. I think part of what throws me off sometimes is the fact that it's white and black with like this in the background. It trips me up. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everybody was in their rooms, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here, some of your other neighbors still had lights coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You pointed it in the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the beach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it or checked in on you, or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too, and other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel a need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You just lit the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived. Cove's house loomed above you, the windows dark. Mr. Holden must be sleeping, just like everyone else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up real easily. As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell. A couple minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked and cracked open. Out came his dad. Oh, hello! I wasn't expecting to get flashed here. Mr. Holden wasn't wearing all his clothes. His hair wasn't up in a ponytail, like normal either. You felt a little bad to disturb him when he definitely hadn't been expecting anybody. His eyes hadn't been narrowed into tired slits, yet they opened wide when he saw you and Cove. Kids? What are you doing? Everything okay? I couldn't sleep. Cove said my room is weird. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Right. Well, that is a shame. What's done is done. Come on inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping him off, Lotus. I think you'll have to be a part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with that. We'll deal with what to do next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved a step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right there. And I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brow furrowed, and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close our door once you've made it back inside. You nodded your head at the compromise. Have a good night. Take care. Mr. Holden waved you off as he turned. Your eyes met with Cove's, still standing beside his dad. His lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper.
Bye.
Bye, Lotus. Thanks for coming. Flashlight clutched in your hand, you jogged back over to your home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back. You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. When you tiptoed into your bedroom, the flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Although Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope that next time he'd be able to stay the whole night over, whenever next time came along. The next morning, you were awoken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Lotus, wake up. It's time to get up and at him. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the night. But I didn't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Lotus, is everything alright? Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird.
What?
What? Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom was still looking at you expectantly, but as you started to explain what had happened, you were interrupted by Mommy calling from downstairs, saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way that your mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone and he wondered if Cove was alright. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone. Ah, crap, I'm being stitched on! He rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks. Mommy gasping and covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them looked your way. You quickly ducked behind the wall. Yeah, I'm like, peek, peek, peek. Oh shit! So long as I don't do the chopper thing, like, you know, hide my head, have my body out, just like, oh crap! Like, kind of like that. The boy and I made sure Lotus got back safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with Lotus about this for sure. Ah, damn it! Mr. Holden pulled his lips and was like, can I hide? Please? Like, run back into my room and hide. Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. And when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard Mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should see. No! Oh, that's too accurate. Shit. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you could find somewhere to hide. There's a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you're about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, and you're relieved to see that they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very worried.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, God damn it! That's friggin'. What were you thinking, Lotus? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? You toed the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you're just trying to help him, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen as your parents explained how dangerous it had been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad, since Cove only lived across the road. But you didn't tell your moms that. Good. Good. Don't make the situation worse. You were already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. Okay, if the situation was reversed, I don't know if I would have punished them if it was a first-time offense. I mean, at least not something severe like this. Just like, you know, scold them, tell them, like, look, this isn't okay. It's like, we won't have, like, another sleepover for, like, a week or something, or maybe, like, a couple weeks or something, but, like, not until it's like, until you won't have a sleepover until you can prove yourself. Like, I don't know how I'd really go about punishing them. But, I mean, if it's a situation like this, where it's across the street, I know the neighborhood is safe, though I guess even if you know your neighborhood is safe, stuff can still happen. I don't know how I would react in that situation, but I don't know, it's like, if my kid was trying to look out for his friend or something like that, it's like, I'd scold them and stuff like that, but I don't know if I'd have, like, a super severe punishment, really. Alright, this bottle's empty. Hey! I have a tendency to just throw bottles towards my door just so I don't forget to bring them downstairs to be recycled, so. Even though it was a little unfair, oh yeah. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. I don't know about that. It's like, yes, because I want to have another sleepover with Cove, so I do it for that sake, but not necessarily just so that they know I can be trusted, because I get up into all kinds of shit. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. See? I mean, different families, different, you know, reactions and all that stuff, but still, Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already and Cove didn't need additional punishments. Yeah. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience, according to the adults. You could accept that. There are definitely things you learned from it. And hopefully, one day, you and Cove would finally be able to have a successful sleepover. Save. Okay. We're almost done with step 1, damn. Oh my god. Oh, I feel like I need to move. It's like, as much as I love this game, it's... I get antsy sometimes. Like, I don't get super antsy when I'm playing. Sorry, I had to stand up because it's like I gotta move. I really want to get, oh sorry, model, my face was out of the camera view for a second from standing up, but I really want to get a standing desk. I can't afford to get one right this second. Not even necessarily just because of money, but just because I don't have the space for it, and to set everything up and have to redo my entire setup with me leaving in a couple weeks, it's like, it's not worth it, really, so. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with the competitive Lizzie, you loved it, you didn't care it, you hated it. I don't really care. I don't care much for the competition and stuff. And with Lizzie being all competitive, it's like, me. It was just something you did every year. You didn't question it much. When it was something you didn't care much about either way, you tended to just go along with your family. Yeah, that's too accurate. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all 4 of you. You'd never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that had a stingray on it. Have fun, kids! Stay in the sight of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'll probably hold you guys back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Cove's dad seems to deflate a bit. It's right here. It's like, that looks like, how did I like, did I just like ignore this or something like that? But that looks really cool. I wish I could see that closer. I'll swing around again when the shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. Aw, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister, already in full competitive mode, cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we win. Okay, see you in an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced stage is really catching up to me now.
Bye.
Bye, Dad. Bye, son. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Dude, oh man, like, you gotta love Mr. Holden. He really, like, is, like, concerned. He just doesn't know what to do.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. You copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Hey!
Why are you looking at him? Lotus is with us. Lotus, do you want to come with me? Oh! Cove's idea is more fun. I'll stick with Lizzie. I'd rather go exploring. The quest sounds better. I'm just gonna move. I'm just gonna move. Like, just, you know, shuffle over it. Like, bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm not gonna outright tell her, like, I'm gonna get yelled at. I don't want to get yelled at by my sister. You walked over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie.
Seriously?
What? I don't care about the quiz. Just let me read the books. I don't care about the stupid quiz and the prizes. The books are their own reward. Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. If you were going to be honest with yourself, it wasn't like you to outright do something you knew Lizzie would be mad about. Ugh, fine. Let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. It's because the prizes. Shiloh looks like a chihuahua trying to keep up with a horse. Whoa. You couldn't help but laugh. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. That's actually not a bad idea. That's actually really not a bad idea. Like, yeah, you really have to, like, look around, like, the bookshelves and see, like, okay, there's beanbags, there's stands, like, where can I hide? Where can a kid hide? You weren't entirely sure of how effective that would be, but he couldn't say he was totally wrong. Oh my god, the laugh! Oh, sorry. Ugh, yawning. Oh my god, his laugh is too cute. Hang on. Oh, sorry, I had to listen to it again. Decision made! Cove took off toward the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. How long do I normally count for? I think I count for like 30 seconds and not just 10. Just to give people more chance, like a better chance to hide or something. I know, like, when I used to babysit and I'd play hide and seek with the kid, it's like I put on like a 30-second timer. Like, I think I even took longer just because, like, I would always find the kid instantaneously, so I would give him you know, more time to hide and stuff like that, because I'm a master at hide and seek compared to like whenever I would hide, I would try to be more obvious unless I was trying to stall for time. Then I would I'd really go all out and try hide from him. Just to get him to, you know, be more active and look around and take some time. It was a great way to keep the kid entertained. So, and he was an older kid too, so he was kind of hard to entertain if you know, wanted to play video games the whole time or watch TV and all that stuff, or sometimes even just getting him outside to play was a challenge. So hide and seek was one of the best go-tos to do. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was next to the Peter Pan poster, beside the fairy tale display, behind the solar system model. Next to a Peter Pan poster. The library had lots of little hidey holes all over the place along the walls. Your mom called them alcoves. Huh. Every single one had its own cool shiny book poster next to it. This one had a Peter Pan and a young girl flying through the sky, 2 younger kids trailing behind them. It was captioned Wendy Darling's First Flight in big bold letters. Huh, that must be Wendy. But this wasn't where Cove was, at least not originally. Cove poked his head out of a tiny little seating area. Yeah, with their brothers Michael and John. Even having assumed that he was in there, you still jumped a little bit, which made Cove grin. You little shit. I came out, but I guess it's still over.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. Sorry, I love the music. I love the music so much in this game. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, you went to go hide. By the fire awareness station, near the stuffed animals, under the giant piece of fruit, well, like a peach. By the outlaw poster, by the fantasy section, near the stuffed animals. Definitely stuffed animals. There was a place near the toddler's books with lots of stuffed animals for kids to play with. A tiny section among the boxes of toys and bead bags were almost out of sight if you didn't check closely. It was the perfect place to blend in, and for a little while, you did just that. Unfortunately, all the stuffed animals were also your downfall. As soon as you took a breath and leaned back, one of their press-to-talk sensors went off. Oh, crap. Oh dear, I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. I'm late for it. Like a super spy detective on the trail of a diabolical supervillain, which, in this case, was probably you, Cove was there as soon as the White Rabbit started speaking. Wow, that's loud. The sudden noise really had startled you and made you grimace. But Cove beat a wincing face back at you, clearly understanding. He wiggled in his spot far away from the rabbit and gestured to the rest of the library.
Alright.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Coat darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was in all the old Christmas stuff, next to the Kid Detective poster, behind the Willy Wonka statues. Nope, screw that. Kid Detective. If there's statues, forget it. You figured he was probably near the poster with the gigantic image of a smirking Kid Detective. Cove could have hidden in the itty-bitty little reading area next to it. Junie B. Jones! The B stands for Beatrice, but I don't like Beatrice. I just like B, and that's all. God damn it, I've read those books too much as a kid. Glancing past the poster itself briefly, your brain registered the words, Junie B. Jones, don't call her Beatrice, in big, imposing letters. You paused to stare at it for a second, thinking, why would I call her Beatrice if her name is Junie? I guess Junie Beatrice Jones, I don't know. Shaking your head to clear away the distraction, you tiptoed in to see who was sitting in the comfy chair. And sure enough, it was Cove. But he was so absorbed in the book he was reading that he hadn't even noticed you yet. I don't think most people read while playing hide and seek. Cove glanced up at you in one rough motion. Oh, Hi, Lotus. I wasn't sure when you'd get here. It took a while. Not that long. It could have been worse, but it could have been better. Let's keep playing. I'm doing good. He put his hands over his eyes, but before he could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids! I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Hello? Pink hair, purple eyes, green hair. I think there's a lot of here to give away. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Lotus, right? Mm-hmm. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him, and the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. What, is it that late at night? Like, what the heck? Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag... The librarian was a dude? I don't know why my brain immediately went to a woman, but... You and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. Maybe it's because, like, librarians are, like, stereotypically women in my head. I don't know. I don't mean to be, like, rude or stereotypical. It's just that my brain automatically... Wait a minute! How did I not realize that this was, like... Crap, now the question is Japanese or Chinese. Damn it! How did I miss that? There you are. She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Oh, damn it. Did you win? Don't ask her that. We came in second. Hey, gang. I thought you would have been with them the whole time. Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself, at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. Aww. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car. Really? With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in a victor-to-be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after him, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Come on, man! Cove hadn't been pleased about how he had to sit in the middle, but his mood lifted as you sat next to him. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going.
No.
No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder. Let it go, Lizzie!
Sure.
Sure. Striving to improve is good too. I was winning in our game. Mm-hmm. You nodded, even though you felt that with another couple of rounds, you could have swung a victory. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. She eyed the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes. You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead of him, as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Great. Now only Cove gets anything good. Hey there. I'll ask your moms if it'd be alright for you kids to have some. Please? You smiled as you stared out of the window at the scenery whizzing by.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I got bottles upon bottles ready, like, for me to drink because I know I don't drink enough. So I have them, like, out as reminders. This one I love, though. The Oi Ocha matcha green tea. Like, it's unsweetened stuff. I worry about you, and I bet Lois's parents wouldn't want him to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son?
Okay.
That's my boy. Oh, my boy. Mother help. Now enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're going to get. Pepperoni! Sorry, I know I do that a lot. It's just, it's really fucking funny to me that that's my boy. No, my boy. That audio is just too funny to me. Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with debates about what was best to put on pizza for the rest of the drive. Pineapple! I'm gonna say it. I don't care if people don't like it. Pineapple. I love Hawaiian pizza. I think I had another kind of fruit on pizza before once too, but I don't remember what it was. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. Yep. The way Ko's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. Kinda think so. He forced us to band together to disagree. You had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza after all, and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and were already getting curious about how things would play out next year. Aww. Okay, last but not least, definitely not least, I love the barbecue one. I love doing that one last. Because, like, it genuinely is one of my favorites. Ooh, I gotta wrap it up soon. Shit, I just realized the time. Whoops. It's already 1:30. I've been doing this for like 3.5 hours. Wow. You've been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. It's huge. Holy crap. Basketball court, I'm assuming bathrooms or something like that. Damn! Pretty. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expansive grass and trees that lay before you now. Yeah, I think it's only like this like little corner here, like, it's probably how big it is. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Oh, there we go. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. Fireworks! And food. Give me food! Your family and Cove's were just two of what seemed like dozens of cars were parked. What? Huh? Your family and Cove's were just 2 of many. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. Okay, I could not comprehend that sentence for some reason. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers, while your mommy, Lizzie, bounced on the balls of her heels, barely containing her excitement. The crowd made you nervous, you couldn't wait for the fireworks, you looked forward to meeting more kids. You'd rather have stayed home. Your tummy was already rumbling for the food to come, even if it was bigger. This park wasn't as special as the one back home. Nah, fuck that. The crowd. Definitely the crowd. But you couldn't avoid coming to the event. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it. Oh my god, again with the voice crack. Jeez. Weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. So it's like going through second puberty. Not great, but it's like, well, I mean, this time it feels great. It's like, it feels like I'm actually going through like the right one. It's like I'm calmer, I'm happy. The voice cracks are really fucking annoying at this point, but they're not as frequent as I thought they might be. So, which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes that she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Wait, who was holding it? Was it Mom or Mommy? It was Mommy. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around that cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Everyone all set? Why did my voice just like instinctively soften to voice her? I don't know. Should be. Cove, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Dude, that kid is so, like, done and rebellious. Wow. Mr. Holden deflated. His attempt at caring for his son rebuffed. But he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid.
I don't want you getting burned. Or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well,
Don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the tables ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. The parents headed over with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. Plus, with all the adults, I think it would be easy enough for someone to, like, either walk or drive to, like, a nearby superstore and grab more in case stuff gets low. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar. Chilled meats, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. You didn't see the harm in taking just a little. You wanted to listen to their rules. You didn't want to risk getting caught. Okay, this is Lotus we're talking about, so... If you could just nab something and pop it in your mouth without anyone noticing, no one could be upset. You chose to grab a baby tomato, a small carrot, a cocktail sausage, a rolled piece of ham, a potato chip, a tortilla chip. Nah, cocktail sausage. We going all out. You put the whole thing in your mouth and chewed it surreptitiously as surreptitiously as you could manage. Cove definitely caught what you were up to. Luckily, he seemed to think it was funny and only smirked quietly. He didn't snitch on me! Awesome. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Oh crap, please don't tell me I swallowed everything in my mouth. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground stuffed full of cans of soda, boxes of juice, and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was... soda, water, juice. Okay. I can drink soda, but I don't do it often just because, one, the soda here in the States is, like, really bad. Like, with the sugar and sweeteners and all that stuff. I like getting sodas in Germany more, but also because I can't drink carbonated stuff. I can't burp. Like, I physically cannot burp. I somehow lost that ability as I grew older. Like, you know, burping me as a baby was fine and all that stuff, but it's, like, I lost that ability as I got older. So I can't drink anything carbonated because the gas just kind of builds up in my stomach and I can't release it. So it's uncomfortable and it hurts depending on how much I drink at once. So, water's boring. We'll go for the juice. You slurped the sweet juice through the straw until all too soon you were only sucking up air. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, Why do I keep thinking it's supposed to be pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot. But you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Boo! Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings. Nodding her head toward the group of kids like a general directing their battalion, she pointed the way.
Come on!
Let's go over there. Ko's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. You want to play with the other kids too. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. Jeez. The other kids were far out in the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you'd reach them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my little brother Lotus, the one with the Castus Cove. He offered a smile. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. I had a friend like that, who was very small. I was kind of I was a small kid, but I eventually grew, I wasn't the smallest kid, but he was the smallest kid. Oh, he's doing it. It's we were in class together in 2nd grade or something like that. His signature phrase or comment was "Don't touch the hair," and would very dramatically twirl his hands just to point at his hair. It was very funny. It was his signature sentence, and it was hilarious. It was awesome. He was one of my best friends at the time before I moved away. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obscured behind huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes and her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in your hand too late when the trigger had already been pressed. No! No! Son of a bitch. Ah! Rude! Hey! Lizzie, who'd been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face. You rubbed at your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. Dude. Okay, the temptation to just push her away, spraying it in my goddamn ear. No, I'm not gonna do that. Don't spray people. You were with Lizzie. It was mean to spray people who weren't playing too. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl, not meaning anything by it, didn't change the fact that she had been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah! Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest or lack of it in the game. Oh, thanks, you shook your head, nodded along. Okay, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it! You joined up the group of kids and tearing off after the girl with the pistol. Spotting you all over her shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air, only a couple of drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and collided with Cove's shoulder. Sorry. Cove shot you a smile that gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. Okay, so this is definitely something that Lotus would do. In my case, it would be a 50-50 between if I join in or if I'm standing over by my parents. Depends on the situation. If I'm super overwhelmed, I would definitely be by the parents, just trying to de-stress and not get overwhelmed by everything going on. Otherwise, I would probably be playing with. You're closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot on her heels too. You outran them easily, you outran them with effort, you weren't as fast as them because they were speedy. Nah, I'm speedy. You weren't as fast as them because you just weren't fast. You moved to the side to let them pass, you didn't want to run this way. Oh, I'm outrunning them. You rushed right to the head of the pack. Good choice of words. You were close, and then you tackled her to the ground. You did it! The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop at your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah. I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange, and the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over at the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing.
Yep.
Bye. You wave goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. No, I don't want to get closer to that. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Woof! That's quite a cough. Aww. You're right, sweetie. It's like, no. I really hate, like, smoke and having it, like, right in your face and your nose. It's like, I'm not asthmatic, but it's like, I'm borderline asthmatic. Like, I took an asthma test and I was loaded, like, right on the line of, like, between having asthma and not having asthma. So, being around smoke and stuff like that and, like, very, very powerful smells, it's like, I start coughing as I can't handle it. Like, cigarette smoke, fire smoke, weed, all that stuff. Really strong perfumes and colognes and stuff like that. I can't be anywhere near that stuff because I'll be coughing and get a headache and all that stuff, and it's just like I can't really breathe well. No one needs to go up to the girls if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There's no response from the other two kids here. Can you get it for me? Please, could you get it for me? Can you get it for me? Of course.
So,
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you'd like on it. There's different meats and veggies.
well,
What would you like on yours? Mom is right, there's plenty of options. Ooh, okay, sorry. Definitely onions. I love the onions. You can't just get onions and that's it. Really? Okay, so, what do I want? Chicken and shrimp. Not potatoes. Potatoes aren't good on kebabs. Look at peppers. Zucchini, not... Actually, if you have it in chunks and do that, you know what? Zucchini and that's it. Sounds good to me. I'll get, like, almost everything. The veggies will be good for you. I mean, the meat will be good too, but... Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticing that Cove approached them, she turned to him. What are you having?
why?
Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. This is a stupid argument. I want some of the chicken too. All the chicken in the world? You know what? I'm gonna be that person. All the chicken in the world?
No.
No, that's dumb. You know what I mean. Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over! Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. We all made good choices. Same to you, Lizzie. You sighed. There isn't a wrong choice. It's just what kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods. Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourself at the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Ooh. Me. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clicked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even any plates for anyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? I guess the lesson for future cookouts or, barbecues like this is to bring your own plates if you're not sure that they'll be provided. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent out to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of a sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. So it's Lizzie, me, Cove. Or is, Lizzie on, the other side of the... Yep, okay, never mind. She's on the other side of the bench. Take it back. Your mom passed the final unclaimed bob to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
This looks delicious. Thank you for getting us space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Running around with the other kids had helped you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do?
Well...
I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you can count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. Clearly. No, I swear, she takes everything seriously though. Okay, come on, get the lid back on the bottle. There you go. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned from the feeble pun. Ah, that went right over my head. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Okay, that one, because the first one went over my head. This one they got. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. More golf stuff. You should really give golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something you do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving. Though, with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Those are things Cove likes. Wow, it's a good thing you live by the beach. Those are things Cove like. Mr. Holden exaggeratedly puffs out his chest. What can I say? My boy's got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you've got to wash your hands.
Okay.
Lotus, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Are there, like, bathrooms right here? Or something? Like, you'd think a big part like this might have some public restrooms or something like that, or at the very least, maybe porta potties with, like, hand sanitizer at the very least, but here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse, and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Lotus. You readily held out your hands to catch the water, begrudgingly you lifted up your hands. You didn't move. I don't need to. Nah. My hands are all sticky and gross. Like, yeah, I'm gonna wash them. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with the scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be, with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one last check at the colors and restock on coolers, not colors. Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time! We have to get a good spot. Everywhere's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead to save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad, and I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing. I can use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Lotus, do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. You nodded. Okay, we'll get all this. I'll get all the stuff we need. No, you want to help pick the spot. I don't want to get drinks. You consider your options. I'll nod. I'm not gonna say no. Like, I want to be with Cove. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom, returning to the cooler where you'd picked up drinks earlier. Sorry, my brain is, like, slowly being fried. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which had been cushioned by the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process.
Aha.
Lotus, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. Took a juice box. You took a juice box for yourself. You only took water bottles. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. Juice box. Cove hesitated, but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, Mom plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold on tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey, hon. How's it going? Did you find our perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huhs, as Mommy gave her directions. Catching her eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. You've got a place. Come on. We better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families.
Hello.
Hello, we're here. And we come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You gave Lizzie a bottle of water, but she only had eyes for your juice box. Lotus and Cove have juice. They helped get the drinks. You got to pick where we sat. Don't be selfish. I'm not. Good. Then you're going to thank us for bringing you your very own water bottle. Thanks. Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. As someone bring a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing every so often, you nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove are now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, her eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
We'll have to wait and see. You're intrigued, I didn't really care. There's no point in getting excited over something that might not happen, and there are other things going on. You toyed with the grass between your fingers and waited for the show to start. Then, the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled. Okay, sorry. I wanted to check something on. Lizzie squealed. Sorry, there's just something over here that I'm curious about. Okay. Okay, sorry, I had something on my screen I wanted to... Lizzie squealed, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu. Vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
nice.
Nice. None for me, though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me too, please. Now you're going to have to make a decision. Chocolate or strawberry? Definitely chocolate. Gonna get chocolate. Son of a... Oh, okay. Wow, I wasn't actually 100% sure. So your mom's always had a thing in their purses you could take to help your stomach feel better. So you decided to get some, you wanted strawberry, you wanted chocolate, so you decided to get some, you pull in your arms, mom's shirt, and you whisper that you want a strawberry. Now, I'll ask them myself. You wanted to get some, you wanted chocolate. I'm gonna have chocolate. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. So it's like, I am somewhat lactose intolerant. It's like ice cream I can eat, and cheese I can be like eat and I'll be fine. Like straight up milk or yogurt or something like that, that stuff I can't eat or drink for some reason. So, and I'm assuming it's because I guess it's not like I'm lactose intolerant, it's like I'm lactose sensitive. I don't know. Reaching into the complete with one spoon sucks up your plate. Sorry, excuse me. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Kids, are you gonna thank the nice man too? There's a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing! Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. You couldn't help but think how Cove had strawberry while you had chocolate. Can I try yours? Want a bite of mine? Want a bite of mine? He looked around awkwardly but nodded nonetheless. You caught a bit of ice cream, making sure to hit the chocolate swirl that distinguished it from Cove's, and held it out for him. He nibbled at it. I've actually done this before. It's like when my friends and I would get different flavors. It's like we kind of like we'd try it. Like we'd offer like, hey, you want to try this? And like sometimes they would, sometimes they wouldn't, or some people would be a big deal like, James, it's like, I'm German, I don't care. Like, we double dip, we eat each other's food when like someone's full or something. It's We really don't care all that much. Or at least my family really didn't care, so. Do you want some of mine? Yeah! You get chocolate, I get strawberry. He scooped out a chunk of ice cream with his wooden spoon before holding it out to you. You took it gladly. And it was gone in one bite.
Oh.
No, 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 no. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Don't cut it. Mom was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged at her collar. Don't embarrass them. Well, too late. Hey, if you're sharing, I'll take some. You don't need it. You both have the same flavor.
So?
So what? Yeah, you can have some. It's like... Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the best. She enthusiastically took a bite of your ice cream before then offering you a bite of hers in exchange. In the end, that kind of made it pointless. Not still. It's like siblings, like... You each just ate the same chocolate ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy did like to say it was the thought that counted, though. Ignoring that conundrum, Lizzie turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants.
Please!
I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Lotus, would you like some of mine? He's got a whole cup of ice cream to eat already and had a bite of Cove's and Lizzie's. I think that's plenty. Well, to be fair, me sharing with Lizzie, that kind of like equated it to it being like I didn't get any extra, really, because I gave her a scoop, thereby decreasing one of the scoops that I would get, and then she gave me one of hers, which thereby canceled it out. So your logic don't make sense. I only got one extra bite from Cove. But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. I'm accepting it though. You ate the treat being offered, much to Mom's chagrin and Mommy's delight. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream.
What?
The kids have ice cream already, and they're getting some of yours to boot. And I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough.
There.
All better now. Dude, oh my god, that's so cute. Yes. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Dude, I love her. She's so sweet. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. Then, the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Cool, can I hide now? I mean, I love fireworks, it's just I can't handle the sound. Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The loud noises hurt your ears. You cover them with your hands. Spotting your discomfort, Mom came to sit behind you. She placed her own hands over your ears, further muffling the cacophony from above. Thank you! Soothed, you quietly watch the spectacle. It's like that's what would happen a lot. Like, as a kid, we would go to see baseball games all the time. And afterwards, especially if like our home team won, then there would be fireworks to celebrate. And I loved watching the fireworks. I hated the noise every single time. So either my mom or my dad would constantly have to, like, cover my ears for me. Just because it's like I'd want to, like, you know, jump and dance with the fireworks as well, or like even my, like, covering my ears with my hands wasn't enough, so they would double it up, exactly like what's happening now. Having mom with you made you feel better. It didn't seem bad to take in the fireworks while she was around. Cove shuffled close, his worried eyes lingering on you before darting guiltily away when you met his gaze. Oh my god, he was worried about me! Aww. Mommy's gaze was on you, and then your parents made eye contact. Mom gestured with her hand to silently say things were fine there. Mommy smiled, then hopped to her feet and joined Lizzie in jumping in tandem with every crack of a firework. They had a little party together. Lizzie with Mommy and me with Mom. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you, and even gave you a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arced into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens, and blues that could rival the ocean. You eventually noticed that at some point Mr. Holden had let Cove perch atop his shoulders, or more likely, Cove had to be persuaded to give it a try. Still, Cove's face was covered with a wide smile that matched his father's own. You imagine the view from way up there was pretty impressive. It was also nice that they were getting along for once. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky. The twinkling lights represented the full spectrum of the rainbow. As the final glittering embers dissolved into the night, you released a deep breath. The after mirage was still burned into your retinas, leaping behind your eyelids with every blink. Within a minute, the image had been lost, but it was burned deeper still in your mind. You'd been so focused on the show that your foot had gone numb beneath you, and it was only when you attempted to stand that you felt the tingling sensation of blood rushing back to your toes. I think it's actually more because of, like, the signals being sent to your brain get all jumbled up. I think that's actually what it was. Not necessarily that the blood, like, circulation was cut off, just that, like, the nerves are all... I think there's a video out there, or at least there's a video that I saw, but I don't remember. Cove was on the ground again. You both shared a smile, knowing that he had enjoyed the show just as much as you. Every so often, while the fireworks were going off, you'd glance over to see his reaction. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. Sorry, trying to get my water bottle. You took in your Yeti family, their spirits buoyed by the firework display, then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. And then summer ended. As will the stream as soon as we get to... I'm gonna get to step 2, but after that, it's like, I really do gotta go, because I have to work tonight. So I still need to eat something before my shift and get ready. And then summer ended. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean, somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. You didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You were aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we just play a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. Oh no, puppy dog eyes. We pulling out the puppy dog eyes. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what?
Please.
It's like, just please, like, pretty please. It's like, don't look at me like that. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Just, nope. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well...
Now.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory. Come on, just a little push.
Okay.
Yeah, we won. Woo! Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You sent him a small smile, which he returned. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which she took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? You silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing your eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. Lizzie, choose your next words very carefully. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long, she was disappearing off down the road. Are you going home too, Lotus? Cove was leaning towards the beach, and you could tell he wanted to stay out a bit longer. Followed Lizzie safe. No, I'm staying outside! Screw that. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading toward the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You're impressed by how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. It was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk, kind of like a rock, and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. You know, he's gonna be impressed. Gonna be impressed. You can't skip rocks in the oceans. What are you doing? You look for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes. A smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. Wait, I threw a shell? Not even a rock? I threw a shell? Let me keep the shell. Seriously? It landed with a wet thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you're pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
Oh, I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? How'd you get it? When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but he finally sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is a while away. You didn't think a few weeks. That's not very long at all. That wasn't too bad, you thought. Then at least he'd be able to play normally at recess. And you sometimes got to go swimming during the school year, so maybe he could make up for lost time then. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school you and Lizzie. My dad says something about that. That's great. We can sit together during lunch. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
Aw, man. The sudden sadness caught you off guard. You were so excited that Cove would be going to your school, it made you feel bad that he was so upset about it. Well, can I walk back with you? Cove shook his head at the offer. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This could be your home. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course, I don't know. Of course. Prince would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Okay. You had to say swimming did sound fun, even if it was already getting chilly out. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You'd absolutely not been okay with the idea of being taken away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I can. I'll make sure you do. Nah, you don't really need words for this. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead, you reached out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring, and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave a little nod, resting your head on your own knees. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. I almost kind of wish there really was, like, wave audio. Beach ambience. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept his place as his new home. You definitely tried to help in what ways you could. There's so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. You were reluctant to move, having enjoyed sitting together, but you were hungry. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Aww.
Lotus. Thanks.
Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair. Oh my god, That's so not fair. Wow. It was nice. Were you very right then? But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You're being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Oh, damn! In between. Dude, oh my god, the voice line freaking caught me off guard. Shit. Round, peachy, sharp. Okay, yeah, all this stuff is the same. I don't know if I want to change, like, the ponytail. I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm older. I'm changing my hair. We got longer hair. Round, short, wavy, twist, blunt. Where's the one I usually go for? Locks, long, ponytail. Here we go. This is the one that I tend to go for. Because, I don't know. I said it before, I like long hair. Slender, glasses, none. Thin lips, freckles, rosy cheeks. Nah. Scars, where was... Oh yeah, there's a one on the forehead, there's a one here, the eye, and then that's on the cheek. Great, yeah. You know what? Because I'm clumsy, I'm expecting to at least get one or two. Yeah, we're fine. Actually, nah. Change page, birthmarks. Yeah, that makes more sense. Freckles, no, we're fine. We're gonna keep it this way because skirts are fun. Bracelets, not really a huge necklace person. Or watches. Braces, nah. I did have Invisaligns as a teen, but not braces. Okay. Nervous, relaxed, crush. I'd say more relaxed. It's... Shit! Hang on. I think I'm like a teen now, so... Yeah, definitely more relaxed, more direct. You won't be able to change it until step 3. Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. Just because I'm not likely gonna change a whole lot, but... Okay, nope, that's fine. This is... I don't know, this is like, that doesn't sit right with me. It's either this or this. I think I'm just gonna leave it like that, but... Yeah, I'll leave that. PJs, I like this, I like these more. Yeah. What was the other classes? Oh yeah, no, I like these ones. Done! Warm, affable, sporty. Yep, alright, I'm leaving that as is. Because, like, I didn't want him to be, like, cold or something like that, so. This is how you feel towards Derek the Step. It could be the same or different towards how you feel towards Cove. Fond, direct. Yes. One of these days, I do want to go and see, like, the romance option for Derek. I don't think I've actually done that myself, but... Alright. August ended, September began, and it was time to go back to school. Oh my god, I really gotta wrap this up soon. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign that Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but he kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Aww. And that was just fine. You felt for him the same way you always had. Nothing changed. Except, as you got older, you were able to understand better exactly what those feelings had, and still, meant. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant that Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Yeah, and maybe not, you know, move away from the one friend that kind of made things okay. While everything else was shit. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that day, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except, what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that sneaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot next time again. Oh god. And then there's me. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks. Nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things become less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You're much too old for that word. I don't know about that. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth. So you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go to places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. Oh, sorry, it was 8. I didn't remember that right. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake. Oh no, definitely sleeping in. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Go away, you pretended to be still asleep, you got up, you started to fake snore loudly. You didn't get out of bed and instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Ugh, not funny. Get up. Now, I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your baby boyfriend is here. Ain't no way you really just said that? Your baby boyfriend is here and wants to see you again like he does every day. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your baby boyfriend. Yeah, what in the world? But you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come down already. Okay, fine. I'll be there when I'm there. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly fit in the frame. You're very tall. You're pretty tall. Your average height. There's a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You have trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You're very short. Okay, no, it's like I'm like smack in the middle between these two. It's like I'm slightly below average, but I'm not like, you know, super like short. I'm not below 5 feet, so it's like fine. But I am 5 feet, so I'm not the tallest. You can relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. You liked your height, you weren't sure how you felt about it, you were kind of self-conscious over it. And it's like, nah, I don't mind it. Sometimes it gets annoying, sure, but overall, it's like, I don't really care that much nowadays. If anything, it allows me to get into hard-to-get tight spaces. That can be an advantage. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's word piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, going down the stairs 2 steps at a time. Step 2, second chance. Okay. I'm trying to think how much time is left, because I really kind of need to start wrapping it up soon, so screw it. I'll keep going for a little bit longer. Oh, oh my god, wow. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Lotus. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house, just as she said. Ma was there, making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. I actually really like her hair. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. Oh, yeah. Happily let her do it. Give me the head pats. I love the head pats. I should make that a redeemable thing, the head pats. I know some other VTubers do it. I don't know how. I need to look up how to do that. Like, redeemable head pats. I want the head pats. That type of small, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. You're the last one down today. You know that. Life isn't a race. Morning. I was gonna say in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What do we get? Sorry about the wait. Oh, there's no need for that. What matters is that you're here now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped inside. Cove was just as you remembered. Exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh! He leaned uncomfortably to the side of in your doorway, as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get this far, and that had clearly been what he was waiting for. Aww. Hey, Lotus. He broke eye contact then, staring down at the ground instead. Your heartbeat sped up being near him. You smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you. You couldn't help think. Oh, he always had this kind of effect on you. You couldn't help think. Ever since the two of you were kids. There was something about him that was just as special in some strange and indescribable way. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice seeing you too. Not that it's nice for you to see me. The both of you had a bit of a laugh though your gazes still didn't meet again. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to enjoy each other's company and relish what you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smirk to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Thanks, you two cute size. Thank you. To your dad for buying it and for you to bring it over. It looks yummy. I'll tell him you said that. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you've ever had, though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind about what your opinion was. He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great, and kind of handsome. I'm sorry, wait! Why is this an option? Oh my god, ain't no way this game be turning people into DILFs. Dude, what the He was nice, he was sort of funny, I'm putting it that way. Since he could be... Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Yeah, $20 bill. Shtick. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door and onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him, you're confused at the sight of him, you were displeased at the sight of him. I'll say happy. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up at you with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Lotus's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Why did you have to comment on that? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, then realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice, can I have some? Sure, we can share. I'm gonna try to get it's a gift my family can give it to you. Maybe you can have some later. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. What? Oh, I know who. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
Nope, I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly you looked over at your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. Kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Aww. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what'd you say? What do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down to the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. Am I still carrying the fruit? I think I am. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You were curious about him, and what he was so mad about. Derek must have felt the same as you. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey, guy, over here! The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Lotus and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it! What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad breaks me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it. Glancing away, it was a struggle. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family's nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Damn. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Do you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? Keep quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who heated your cereal this morning? Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. As if that does anything. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Whoa, hold the fuck up. Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Excuse you, his eyebrows are amazing. Cove's cheek flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. What? No way! Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How could you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. But they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. What? No, wait. It's like, don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Cove smiled weakly. Special because of how ridiculous they look, maybe. Okay. Cross your arms over your chest. You just rolled your eyes. His behavior was unbelievably childish. You bet this is what Elizabeth imagines she's dealing with whenever you do anything. But with Jeremy, he really is like a kid. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking defense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. And by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy, Jeremy, was going to be in this area for at least a little while this summer. Yay. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. Okay, damn it, I should have just called it quits when it started at step 2, because this is going a lot longer than I remembered it doing, so I'm really sorry and hate to do this, but I really do have to cut it short because I have to work soon, and I have to get ready and, you know, eat food and stuff, so... Okay, let's close this. I'll pull the music up again. Oops, has this been playing this whole time? I hope not. But, okay, cool. Turn it just a smidgen because it's a little bit loud for you guys, but not super loud for me, and it's still in the background. Okay. But that was it for today. I definitely am going to be playing this game to completion on stream just because I really enjoy it, and I'm hoping that other people also enjoy the cozy weekend incoming vibes. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow or on Sunday because I have a couple I'm working again tomorrow, and Sunday is free, but I have a couple of things that I need to take care of. Like, I need to take care of my rabbit and clean his area because I think he's been getting a little bit mad at me about not cleaning his area as regularly as I have been. I slacked a little bit last week, so that might be one of the reasons why he's been a total pain this week. So I will send out I'll probably send out a post either tonight if I do end up streaming tomorrow or something. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Monday. Oh, actually, hang on. That just reminded me. So 2 people followed. It didn't actually update this, did it? No, it didn't. Son of a... Okay, this is really annoying. It's like, even if the source is hidden, it should still... I feel like it should still update, even if I don't have it there in the corner. But I'm at... So 2 people just followed, so it should be at 55, so I'm 5 away from the goal. Awesome. So I had it set to 60 right now, so that's awesome. Thank you for the follows again. If you had a cool time, you can check out the Twitch videos for the first time I played this last week, if it's still available. Otherwise, I will upload it to my YouTube channel, which has all my other previous streams that are no longer available on Twitch. Follow me on Instagram, Blue Sky, or BSKY, and X to see when I update next. Oh, god damn it! I keep forgetting to post updates on the emotes and my VTuber room because, like, I've been super busy. And just kind of, you know, busy with, like, work and trying to finish up my room and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think that's it for tonight. So have a great rest of your Friday, and or have a great rest of your day, have a great rest of your evening, depending on where you are, and take care.